in my domain, got the whole crowd screaming out our name. It's a blowout, it's a hurricane, it's over before you know it. Why you shaking? We're a dynasty in the making. We're the royalty, now we're breaking down the enemy. Move over. The soldiers. Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine, we live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights for the glory. For the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the hometown cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory. We do it for the glory. Yeah, we've waited for our time to come, calculated everything we've done, we've upgraded. Now you can't outrun a champion. Now you're facing what? Can you hear them? Yeah, it's all for us. You believe them? Yeah, it's serious. Hear the siren. We're victorious. I'm telling you. Can I get a hell yeah? Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine, we live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights for the glory. For the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the hometown cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory. We do it for the glory. You're the chaser, I'm the eraser. I ruin your record, I'm back here to break ya. I cut like a razor, so call the trophy engraver. I'm gonna get it, wait till I win it. God, I'm so glad to be in it. Can't wait to say that we did it. This is my life and I live it. Ready to give it my all when you fall back. Taking advantage of all that. Demons on average are so bad. Playing short-handed, your team scratch. Time to assess all the damages. I knew that you couldn't handle this. It takes a man to stand up to the king, and unfortunately you were bandages. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights for the glory. For the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the hometown cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory. We do it for the glory. This is what we do it. This is what we live for. We on top. We number one. Hands to the sky. Never back down. Never back down. You gotta know my name. You gotta know my name.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. It's been a few days. Hope everybody's been doing good. Hope we all enjoyed our July 4th long weekend as well there in the United States of America. All right, so it's Sunday. That means everybody's got to get back to reality. That means we all got to get back to life. So welcome in. I'm here tonight with a great co-host, Mr. Nolander Gaming. How you doing, Nolander?
I am doing decently, all things considered, my friend. And I certainly hope the same for you and all those that tune in tonight.
Absolutely. On the screen in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, is our event for the evening. It is the GT45 Gaming Prototype Challenge All-Star Race event. We are going to be showcasing our um, top drivers from the season, from the Prototype Challenge season, through all three of our divisions, and a couple of drivers to fill in a couple of drivers that could not take their positions here today to put on a great event. And the goal here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, this is a heavy one. So bear with me. Me and Nolan are going to try and get through this as calmly and efficiently as we can here. On the screen in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, is a great family and a great supporter to the sim racing community. This is the Blomstrom family. Many of you know from the community, we've been in a 10-day fundraising effort to show support for Paul Blomstrom and his amazing wife and 2 kids. Over the last 9 days, the sim racing community has stepped up massively, responded quickly, and made a very big impact towards the fundraising effort.
That they have, and can't say thank you enough to all of you for your support for the Blomson family. It means the world to us and means even more to them. So thank you kindly, and from the deepest parts of our souls, we thank you all.
Absolutely. So on June 6th, ladies and gentlemen, we found out, or we did not find out, but the family, Paul Blomstrom, got very ill. He collapsed. He got rushed to the hospital. He had some emergency operations to deal with an infection that was attacking his body. And for 3 weeks afterwards, he remained unresponsive after the emergency surgery. The family by his side the whole time. On July 29th, my head admin here at the page sent me a private message, told me that I needed to take a look at it right away. Typically, when that happens, it's something that I need to draw my immediate attention to. I went and took a look, and it was a GoFundMe link for the Blomstrom family. We found out 9 days ago what happened, and immediately the community banded together so quickly. Sharing is caring. So the most important thing that we're getting everybody to do and continue to get everybody to do here right now is share. There's a GoFundMe link pinned in all of the stream channels that this is being broadcast on here tonight. Myself and Nolander and the community, I'm sure, will have it everywhere. And that is what's most important here. That link, share it, and share it, please, because we want that thing to come across the eyes of every single person worldwide to give the family the best opportunity to try and settle any expenses that are incurred through this very trying time and give them the pressure easement of that financial stress so they can continue to try and move forward in what's now one of the most trying times of this amazing family's life.
I couldn't have said it better myself, y'all. Their their um, their struggles have just begun, and I'm sure you can tell it's obviously right now it's very emotional for both Tim and I. We were both very close to Paul. Loved him dearly as a brother, as a friend, and we can only imagine what the Blomstrom family is going through. And we just want you all to know that you guys is the way the community has gathered together as an online family, so to speak. You guys, the support of the family has been absolutely incredible. And to be honest, we expected nothing less. We knew in our hearts that you guys would step up and do exactly what you have done. To those who have been able to donate, thank you so very kindly. To those of you that cannot, don't worry about it. We ask that you just share out the streams, share out the GoFundMe link, and then that way, the people that can, the better the reach, the better it's going to do for the Blomstrom family. Um, you can see there on my screen, I have kind of a slideshow of just the picture that we were allowed to use of the family, and then a picture of myself And Mr. Vegas, when we got to personally meet, and I will treasure and hold dear those memories for the rest of my life. He was a brilliant man, um, a wonderful, wonderful father, and I'm sure he was a wonderful husband too, a brother, a friend, and we're doing this all in memory and honor of you, our friend.
Absolutely. So, for those of us that have not heard the news yet, the family has informed everyone that with the whole family by his side, Paul Blomstrom has peacefully passed away last evening. It seems like this was a decision that was not easily made, but wholeheartedly made by the family. And Paul is now an angel above, looking over the rest of us.
Yeah, the loss for the family is definitely heaven's gain. Um, the loss for the community. Um, his pulse reach. He made such an effort to reach out to those that were hurting. Um, I have many different posts that were made here on Facebook, and I thought that maybe I'd read some of those out, but those were posts that were made by personal people, and so I've chosen not to do that, although they were very, very heartfelt, very kind, all giving praises to the man we all knew as Mr. Vegas. Um, he touched each and every one of our
Oh,
for
there we
that.
go. Absolutely, and viewers, especially the families out there, the parents out there tonight, in a sense, viewer discretion is kind of advised tonight, just due to the heavy weight attached to what we're doing here tonight. Um, we're here mourning a loss beside family, but we're also here to send a friend to a better place. So, with that being said, I'm just going to collect myself for a second, and we're going to get into some racing details. So, chat tonight, it's about Paul. So, tell your stories, tell your memories, tell your best moments, your worst moments, laugh, giggle, but let's get it fired up in the chats for Paul tonight. That's the important thing. And let's keep sharing this out there. I don't care about the page. I don't want the follows. I don't want the subs. I don't want the rapport. I don't want any of that from this. I want everybody to help the family. So
Absolutely,
share this out,
absolutely.
please. Share the stream. Share the GoFundMe link out. I don't even care about the stream. Share the GoFundMe link out. That's the most important thing here. Every day, take 5 minutes of your time if you can, and repost the GoFundMe link out, because we need to keep this in the public eye until we know what the family fully needs to make sure that they're going to make it through this okay. There's two young boys there in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, 11 and 8-year-old aspiring young men with a beautiful wife there that now are missing their role model, their hero. They're guiding light in their life. Let's help them ease some of that pain and help them transition through this very hard time.
Yeah, and as many of you know, likely all of Facebook's reach isn't the greatest, and that's why we say, share it out once a day. If people get tired of seeing it, they don't have to look at it. But
That's right.
for us, it's that's what we're gonna do, because you can make a post. It could be the greatest post ever, and not even all the people that follow your page will see that post. So the odds grow greater every time we share it out. So we hope that y'all would join us in that effort to just get this out there, because, as I said before, the Blomsom family's trials uh, have just begun. They're in mourning, and we mourn with them. We know that they have some very tough times ahead of them, and any way we can support them is greatly, greatly appreciated. You guys have no idea how much it means to know for myself, um, GT45 Gaming, what it means to us to see the community gathered around this cause is absolutely incredible. You guys are all legit a bunch of all-stars. And so tonight, as we get into the racing and whatnot, let's remember a true all-star. Let's celebrate him. And even though we are in mourning, we will celebrate the life of Paul here tonight. Um, and remember him for the legend that he now is. He was a living legend, and now he's truly a legend. So thank you all
Absolutely.
very, very kindly for your support.
Absolutely. And I mean, yeah, I made a post a little earlier today here, of course, on the Facebook page, as many of us have, to, show our support to the family and send our condolences to the family as well. But the most important thing to remember is every time Paul came into his stream, he came into our chat, he came into our lives, he wouldn't leave till we were smiling. And Paul never left me not smiling when he was in one of my broadcasts, one of my streams, no matter what it was that we were hanging out in doing. Tonight is going to be no different. We're all very sad. We all have a various amount of emotions running through us as we, again, like Molander said, grieve with the family, by the family's side. We try to steal some of their pain, so that hopefully that their pain is a little less.
Yeah, well said, man. I do want to, if I can find it here real quick, I may be on the wrong phone altogether, and I am. So let me
All
just
right.
remedy that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, first and foremost, and most importantly, I really do want to thank all of the sim racing community. We asked, and you guys just jumped. Crazy, incredible. The fundraising is going very well. After 10 days, we have met the first and now second goal that's been placed in. And now, like I said, we're just currently awaiting for that final goal number to come in. We're going to obviously have to give the family their very needed space and time with due respect. So continue to keep the family in your prayers, continue to keep them sending good vibes and good thoughts, and just continue, again, at 5 minutes every day, to jump on Facebook, your favorite social platforms, and post that GoFundMe link with a little explanation, maybe tell a story, whatever it is, but just keep it out there in the public eye. Let's get this family, make sure they're okay, and then we can all move forward together as a family, as a group, as a community. And Paul Blomstrom is very well loved throughout all of the sim racing community and beyond. And the outreach today has been huge from members of my own community, other communities, and communities not even related to the sim racing community, maybe just hearing it for the first time themselves. So more people are still out there to find out. So let's get everybody on, and let's keep pushing here for the Blomstrom family, because they need our help.
Absolutely. Well said. So I found what I was looking for, y'all, and I just want to share this with you guys. And this is the kind of man that Paul was. When he found out about my recent struggles, when I had lost my dog, I'd hurt myself and lost my job, and I lost my house, and I lost everything but this community. And I even let that slide because I couldn't bring to you guys my happy, cheerful self. So, that being said, I want to share with you what he personally sent me. And this is from Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 31. It says, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on the wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." And that gave me such, uh, I don't even know how to say it. It gave me such confidence, to keep going. It boosted my spirit, and he knew that's what I needed. And that's just the kind of man he was, he was always looking out for others. So let's do the same for him and his family.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, a lot's been going on. There's a lot of ways for the community, for you guys and gals, even the racers out there that are just out having fun. Maybe you're just a casual racer, maybe you're a daily racer, maybe you're a league racer. GT45 Gaming has supplied a decal within the game Gran Turismo 7 platform. The Racing for Paul decal that you're seeing all over the screens here today on both of our broadcasts is the decal that is available in the Gran Turismo 7 platform for everybody to go ahead and grab and put all over your race cars if you choose to. And this is just another small forum to show our support as a sim racing community towards the Blomstrom family. That is tag GT45 Paul and 10 tenths for anyone that does want to grab that decal. And of course, we have that information in the Discord servers throughout the community as well. So that is one small way. If you're sitting here watching as a racer going, man, how can I help? What can I do? Besides sharing that out, that decal is available for everyone to use here tonight as well. So we do need to talk about why we're here tonight as well, besides this great legend and great family on the screen in front of us, I tell you what. So let's break it down for what the event and what's in store for our fans here tonight. High speed ring, ladies and gentlemen. What, Ghost? High speed ring? Isn't that track like kind of a problem? Well, for sure it is. That's why we don't allow it in league racing here at GT45 Gaming. However, this is an all-star race, and this is for a friend. And our friend, our dear friend Paul, would be so excited about this race right now. He would be in heads over heels racing it himself. So tonight we have two races on the docket for you. We are going to start off with a 20-minute sprint race, no tire, no fuel, and a 5-minute qualifier, fastest to slowest first. The grid is comprised of our championship drivers from all three of our divisions from the GT45 prototype series, our podium finishers overall, some of our race winners, and some specially invited members here as well. So it's going to be an interesting race. This first race is 20 minutes. It's going to be an absolute full send race. These drivers do not need to worry about how much fuel they're using, do not need to worry about their tires. They're going to be in optimal conditions for the entirety of the race. And we have shut the random weather off for race number 1 to ensure a good, juicy race. And we should expect to see this whole pack stay very tight together here for 20 solid minutes. This is going to be fun. It's going to be spicy. We're going to see paint swapped on these race cars. And we're going to see GT45's best of the best absolutely duke it out here at High Speed Ring. Now, Nolander was a part of this great championship series. What do you think, Nolander?
Oh, indeed I was. I'm super excited to see everybody back on track again. Oh man, great racers throughout each of the divisions. Should we go over those divisions and who is here with us now, or what do you think?
I think we'll pick that moment for in between the races here, as we are already a little bit behind schedule here with getting qualifying underway. But for Paul, boy, these drivers are ready to go. The drivers are ready to go. That's for sure. Yep. I was in the paddock a few minutes before we decided to go live here for our live stream tonight with some of the competitors and some of the community members in behind the scenes, and it's definitely a mixed bag of emotions in behind the scenes. But we all know Paulie B loved to race, and we all know that he'd be in here making his bad dad jokes and making us all laugh here in the stream chat. So we definitely encourage bad dad jokes here tonight. We want to hear them all. We want to hear them all. So it's going to start off with a 5-minute qualifier tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to take you to our live screen here. We have not quite a full grid here. I think we're still missing a couple of drivers. So I've been stalling just slightly to see if they're going to squeeze their way in here. But we have two races on the docket here tonight. So if they do not quite get in for race number 1 and make it in for race number 2, we'll throw them right in the mix and we'll send them out there with the rest of the boys and girls here tonight on track. And there it is. There's one of our drivers missing here tonight. We did have a couple. Real life is real life, so we can't, obviously not every racer is able to make it sometimes, and sometimes that last minute unexpected thing comes up. And when we say unexpected things, what we're going through right now over the last 10 days and what the Blomster family's been going through for the last 35 days or so is exactly one of those moments. It's very unexpected. It's something that's beyond our control, unfortunately, and now we're here together moving forward from it today.
Yeah, man, and I can tell you, these racers have certainly put in the work. They have earned their spots in this race, each and every one of them, and I do expect some good, well, it's high-speed ring, so it will be some high-speed, exciting action for you guys here tonight, and I am certainly looking forward to it.
Absolutely. So with that being said, we're going to make sure all our drivers are ready to go here, and we're going to get this race underway for everybody here. Race number 1. This will be a very quick, spicy little race. This would be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen, so you're not going to want to miss it. Basically, if you are looking at your beverage right now and it's getting very close to empty, I recommend going and refilling it, because this race is going to be over before you know it, and you are going to miss some pretty crazy action here with the Porsche 919 Hybrid LMP1 car here today. A living legend in its own right. Alright, now so what should we expect to see here today? We have a couple of settings set here in our lobby for the first race that is purposely going to keep this pack very tight together for the entirety of this race. So with that being said, any one of the 12 drivers on the grid here right now in race number 1 can win this race. It's going to come down to timing and a last lap decision, I think, here. Well, we're doing some testing for the All-Star race a few days ago. This one got really fun with the settings that we're currently running on here. And then we will go back to current regular championship settings for the endurance race. But this one's for Paul. This one's for fun. This one's for you guys and gals who showed us so much great support here from GT45 Gaming over the prototype championship season. And like I said, Paul would be the first one on track for this race here tonight. I could guarantee it. And we're going to get it underway for everybody. So as the drivers are checking in, it's a 5-minute qualifying run. It should be about 4 or 5 laps here for our drivers around high-speed rings. So who's your bet here on race number 1 tonight, Nolander?
Oh man, definitely some incredibly fast names in the lobby for sure. You all know them. Misty, Lucas. He could go on and on. For the first race, the sprint race, let's see. We got Paymay here.
Can never count Paymay out.
I know. I'm gonna say, you know, I'm going to say, hey, thank you guys for the heads up on the volume. Appreciate that. Hopefully that's good.
Perfect.
Good stuff. Okay, let me go and look here. Let me turn my racing display on. Yeah, you know, I would honestly have to say that this is a toss-up between Paymay, Lucas, and Miss Devious.
Ooh, there we go. The only woman in the All-Star race event here this week, also finishing in top 3 podium in the Pro Division this season. So there we go. Does Miss Devious have what it takes to put the pressure on those boys up front here today? We're about to find out. Are we ready for qualifying?
Yes.
I don't know. What do you think, Chad? Are you ready for qualifying? Are we ready to see a living legend LMP1 car? And this car will sit in the history books for years and years to come for what it has done in its racing career. Are you guys ready? I know I'm ready. Nolander, are you ready?
Absolutely. I am most certainly ready for this high-speed excitement right here.
Then let's go qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. We're hitting the button, and we are rocking and rolling. Paymay's mom here. Thank you for you all. Praying for you all. Stay close. Thank you so much, Melissa. We appreciate those kind words towards the family.
Absolutely. How thoughtful. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. I got a couple of people saying that their money, if they were betting folks, their money goes to Paymay.
Not surprised to see that.
I can't disagree.
Not surprised to see that. Paymay is always a crowd favorite here in the community. I mean, Paymay is a competing World Tour event driver. He's right there on the cusp. He's been trying to find his way in onto the live stage here over the last couple of seasons, and he is a very fierce competitor here as well. So Paymay is always definitely in the discussion for race victories in any competition race that we see here, but this is a different kind of race here today. The boost is going to play a major factor here today in race number 1. Race number 2 will come down to the drivers and the ability to save tires and fuel in these cars and manage their race cars, but race number 1 really is going to come down to who can manage that boost system and the little extra gain that you're going to get if you fall behind here to close you back up with the pack. Is going to come down to that final lap here in the first sprint race, so it should be very interesting, and I will be surprised if we do not see all 12 of these drivers come across the start-finish line basically packed together here in race number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. With the boost, it comes down to who can stay with the pack, which is going to be a lot easier with that boost being on high. And I got to tell you, if it's Paymay, Lucas, and Misty out front towards the end of this race, any one of those three can take this race simply because of that boost. It's staying with the front pack and the leaders that's going to make the difference.
And I was on track with some of the 10-10 sim racers and some of the other drivers. Our pro champion was there as well earlier this week, and I gotta tell you, I think we got a wild card. I think we got the dark horse Sheriff Doofy from the pro am division this season here that it potentially is just as much in that conversation, in my personal opinion here, just due to what I was seeing that he was capable of doing in practice sessions. So I think my pick would be the dark horse Sheriff Doofy here for race number 1, to be honest with you. It's an interesting choice. He's a brand new community member here this season, but the guy drives at a complete competitive disadvantage and somehow still manages to keep very good pace during competition on the racetrack. And we have got drivers coming through left, right, and center here, and we're going to see these positions change. It's going to be very tight qualifying here around high speed racing. It is a 1-minute lap around this racetrack, and slipstream, you can just squeeze that thing down under a minute in this particular car here today. So it should be fairly interesting to see where everybody ends up here. We do have ATB on the track, and ATB coming all the way from mid-Ohio here today, if I'm not mistaken, to try and get on track to show his support here today. So Paul Blomstrom meant a lot to this whole community, and over the next few weeks and months and days, I'm sure the family's going to really come to realize how much of an impact that Paul Blomstrom really did make in the sim racing community.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not kidding. And as we see, y'all, she cannot be counted out. She is holding the fastest lap on the track thus far. And another one we have failed to mention yet that is very possible. If you keep up at the front of that pack, it's very possible we may see Jason right up there at the very top as well. He is quite rapid also. So many names in this race that cannot be overlooked all the way down. You can't count anybody out.
No. I mean, if we go through the current standings as they sit, Paymay just overtaking Mischievous here on pole position. Paymay finishing just off the podium here this season, 4th in the Pro Championship, but did have a couple of race wins under his belt and earned his invitation to come and present himself here in the All-Star race today as well. Mischievous finishing overall podium here in the Pro Division this season behind teammate TT's J-Set that we were just talking about a little bit earlier there as well. Sheriff Doofy was unable to find himself in an overall podium position this season with the incredible pace that he did show, but he did come out halfway through the season here, and he had a couple of race wins as well throughout his season in the Pro Division, which also earned him his spot here today as well. Lucas is our Pro Division champion here this season. That is no shock there to see Lucas in the top of any championship standing. He's a very efficient and very quick racer. He's very knowledgeable, and he is most certainly here always to compete. Currently sitting in 4th place. We have Dark Cobra here, who's our AM champion this season as well here, earning his spot, obviously finishing on the overall podium. Troan Kobe here is our Pro-Am champion this season, who has earned his spot, obviously, with holding that trophy over his head at the end of a very, very hard battle season against Fast Ginger and TTC Gaming from Team Rad here this season. I mean, want to talk about a fight, Nolander? I mean, one of your drivers right there with TTC Gaming absolutely gave everything he had this past season there to Troan Kobe, as well as Fast Ginger there. But boy, Troan Kobe really had the answer for those guys this season.
Yeah, that's one thing about being a broadcaster, somebody who is heavily involved in leagues, in different leagues too, not just ones that we run, but ones that we've run in, ones that our teammates have run in, friends have run in. You get to see these racers grow in their racecraft, and it's fantastic. And I got to say, Troan Colby, along with Rad the Damn Cat, those two have improved immensely since I first started watching them. I mean, it is just absolutely fascinating and incredible to watch. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Absolutely, and qualifying here is now finished up here. We got a couple of drivers that are still on the tail end of their final flying laps here, it looks like. JSET being one of those racers. The question is, does he have enough time to get around? The timer at the end of the flag is above 80 seconds, and you can see he is going to take that flag, but he doesn't get an improved time there. So this is going to be close. I mean, really at the end of the day, it's probably only going to be about a second from first to 12th place here. I suspect it's we're going to take a look at that here right away as qualifying is finished, but spicy qualifying here from all of our racers, and it is going to be Paymay to take that pole position with a 1 minute point 2 lap. 2/10 of a second behind him is going to be Lucas 369. Right there in behind him by about 2.5 tenths is Miss Devious. Dark Cobra, our AM champion, qualifying all the way up in 4th place overall. So when we talk about any racer can win this race here today, prime example right there. Our AB champion sitting 4th place overall in the grid here in race number 1. We've got Sheriff Doofy there in 5th place with TT's JSET in his 6th position. Trone Kobe up there in 7th place. TDC Gaming with Raz the Damn Cat there in 8th position here as well. We got to take that screenshot. Make sure we got all that great information. It is going to be RA Superman, and this guy is a true, genuine OG fan and friend of Paul Blomstrom. This man is going to be driving with a very heavy heart here tonight, and we're rooting for this man to come out on top here tonight too as well. Superman and Paul Blomstrom had a very close relationship, and this definitely is going to mean a lot for a lot of our drivers here on the track today. Fast Ginger in 10th place, Scary Guy there in 11th, one of our AM overall podium finishers, and ATB, our defending Pro-Am champion from last season here up in the race tonight as well, rounding out there in 12th position. So 12 drivers have locked it in. How we feeling? How we feeling, fans? How you feeling about your picks? Paymay does take that pole position, but we just seen how close that this grid is going to be here in the overall qualifying, and it's about 2 seconds separating 1st to 12th place here right now. In the grand scheme of things, when you put 12 of these Porsche hybrid cars nose to tail, that 2 seconds is about exactly what it would be if they were lined up nose to tail. So we should see some great racing here tonight. What do you think, Nolander?
Yeah, absolutely. These cars are smoking fast. The hybrids, the LMP1 cars, oh man, they're incredible. And I'll tell you, having got to race with these guys, the one thing I learned about them, it's an incredibly weird thing to think about, and it's hard to get your head wrapped around it. If you're not going into a corner fast enough, you are not going to have the downforce to make that corner. So when you're not able to make a corner, you have to go faster around it. And that is incredibly difficult thing to get wrapped around your head. But that's the way it works. Versus a GT3 car, you got to slow down if you're coming, you don't have that downforce that's going to keep you tucked tight down to the ground and get you around that corner like these LMP1s.
Absolutely, and we are about ready to get our race underway here. So like I said, we're slightly behind schedule here tonight, but not too bad. Not too bad. All right, so 12 racers qualified, 12 racers take the grid. The order is fastest in qualifying to slowest in qualifying here in race number 1. From there, we'll reset the lobby, change the race length, change the requirements for the race, and we're going to set the grid on reverse grid order based off of race number 1. So first place will start last in race number 2, and last place will start in first in race number 2.
There we go. That certainly ought to be interesting.
And just for an extra twist, because hey, it's an all-star race, we gotta challenge our champions. The track will also be in reverse. Alright, so the racers are lined up, and we've got 12 Porsche Hybrid 919 LMP1 cars roaring up the front straightaway here at High Speed Ring. We should see about 18 laps here from our drivers, maybe 19 laps here tonight in this first race, as again, there's no tire requirements, there's no fuel, there's no nothing. This is a go out there and send it kind of race here for Paul Blomstrom.
Look at this Dark Cobra has got. Wow, he's jumped up right up into P1 thus far. Wow, what a start for Dark Cobra. The AM division winner, y'all.
And I want to give a shout out to the racing community here. We made a quick tribute livery up with a base design here about 4.5, maybe 5 hours ago this morning once we found out what was going on, and every one of our racers here has adapted that livery to their own needs for the most part here. So we are seeing specially designed liveries for Paul Blomstrom in his honor, in his memory here tonight. by many of these racers. They've all spent weeks working on their paint designs here for this race leading up to it, and in the drop of an absolute instant, they changed that paint job, got these cars in boosts, and come to pay homage here today. But boy, what a race right now. This strong boost. This strong boost we got here in race number 1. We told you guys and gals that this was going to keep this race very close together. We, here on lap number 2, have 12 cars still nose to tail, 2 and 3 wide, coming into the highest speed, sharpest corner on this 6-corner racetrack. Oh, Lucas gets it a little bit wrong there. He pings right off the top end of the wall there, and he was so lucky to be able to keep the car underneath of him there as he ping-ponged right across the racetrack. But now that leaves Misdevious an opportunity, but he cannot get the job done, and Payme is tucked right in behind. So those top 3 names there that Nolander was talking about at the beginning of the stream, all up top here right now, battling it out for that first position.
Yep, and here comes JSET moving up into 4th as well, absolutely clipping along. Oh man, what a race thus far, y'all.
Absolutely, let's go on with that Fast Ginger here, our 3rd place overall finisher in the Pro-Am division here this season, and he's currently sitting right in the middle of the pack right now, 7th place, so this is quite an interesting spot to be. You see Scary Guy takes that down low inside track here around High Speed Ring. Fast Ginger stays on the outside line. Now this track is very wide, so you can definitely go 2 and 3 wide in most parts of the racetrack here, including this corner, but there is definitely one ultimate line that the drivers are looking for here in turn number 2, and we can see 2 or 3 of the drivers there really trying to stick it up high there and trying to stick it kind of half in that green paint. And if you can keep the car on that nice solid line there, it gives you a really great exit out of the corner as well. But again, even with the strong boost on here today, even a mistake made by these racers, they will catch back up here in 1 or 2 laps and they'll be right there in the fight again. So close racing here in race number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. As you were saying earlier as well, Sheriff Dookie having himself a pretty decent race thus far, right side by side with Payme currently. Hanging in there, absolutely hanging in there. Now, for the first time in the race, we have them all single file, and wow, look at how beautiful that is. Definitely want to say a big thank you to the racers as well. For what you had mentioned about everybody, you know, spending so much time on their liveries, and then just at a drop of a hat, they'll go and put on a tribute livery for Paul, and that really means a lot.
A little bit of contact there between, I believe it was Misdevious and Lucas or JSET there coming into corner number 2, forcing one of them up into the wall there, and Misdevious hanging in tight there in 2nd place, but JSET now takes over the lead of the race here, and we're going to see this a fair bit here, I think, throughout the 18 or 19 laps.
Contact. Sheriff Dookie drops back to P10. Not sure who he got caught up with. So Dookie dropping back to P10. Superman moves up into P9 and ATV up into P8. We got Trone Colby here in P7, flipping along as well.
And what's on the line here tonight? Everybody's wondering. It's an all-star race. You guys got points on the line for the drivers. You got anything on the line for the drivers? Nothing is on the line for the drivers. This is for you guys, gals, all the boys and girls at home, to say thank you for all your support throughout the very long 10-week championship season. We got a little bit of contact happening there in the midfield as these guys are trying to sort each other out. Now, some of this is getting contribution to that boost. The boost does bring you into the pack very quickly. If you are one of the drivers that gets the advantage of that boost because you're trailing behind, you will gain about 8 or 9 miles per hour faster than the rest of the pack is going to catch yourself back up to the pack. So yeah, some of this is overspeed miscalculation. So this is what's creating a lot of swapping of positions here throughout this race. And again, ultimately, the winner of the race is going to be a very calculated move coming through the mid-sector here on the final lap, I suspect. But the usual suspects up top there, but I tell you what, the rest of the drivers in behind our usual suspects are giving them the business in the midfield there, and I love to see it.
Absolutely, they are, and I'll tell you what, this lead has changed over and over again. Payme out in front now, JSET behind, and Fast Ginger up there. Now JSET takes the lead. Lucas now in P3. Fast Ginger drops down to P4. Lucas back down to P4. Fast Ginger up into P3. It is back and forth, y'all. What an incredible race.
And look how even the cars are. I mean, two sets of cars right there, nose to tail, bum drafting, slipstreaming, and oh, we got a huge wipe there, but he manages to keep it in a forward direction. That was a great save right there. I believe that was by JSET. And he is still roasting those tires, trying to get back up to speed on the racetrack here. But he is going to find himself now down in 10th place, where Sheriff Doofy was just slated down there. And you can see, with that being said, Sheriff Doofy now back up into 4th place. The boost system that we've got turned on here in race number 1 really is playing a massive factor in this race. And you can see here right now, Pemi and Lucas are actually trying to get away from the front pack, and that can happen if the race leader gets enough of a pull away from the rest of the pack. He can actually break free and control the pace of the race. It's just the way the boost system works. So all the drivers that are battling 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place in the mid pack do need to keep mind and consciousness of that, as we got some more contact there between
new race leader now
great
in the
stuff.
form of ATB as well.
Yeah, there we go. So
Yuki up in the P2.
We have had, what, 7, 8 different race leaders in this field out of the 12 drivers so far here. So, yeah, there we go. Great racing here. And you can still see all 12 of them, all 12 of our men and women on the racetrack here still pretty much nose to tail here as we're on lap number 7. So this is a beauty. This is a beauty race. What a doozy.
Yeah. Indeed. I'll tell you, it's going to be super interesting, though, when this grid goes reversed, and so does the track. Oh, boy, howdy. We're in for a race then, too, for sure.
Absolutely.
But now, this one ain't over.
And I mean, this 5-way battle up front here right now is you got Tro and Kobe lurking in the background here, and he's got TT's J set back in the hunt with Damn Cat just in behind. I mean, the whole pack is hunting down first place here right now. I mean, what else can we say? I mean, 4 wide here as we come up the straightaway in behind the race leaders right now. They're all trying to swap positions. They're all trying to block each other's line off. This is just some fun, fantastic racing here in these Porsche hybrids today. I tell you what.
Yeah. These cars, obviously with the boost on, but aside from that, they're super quick anyhow, and they handle it incredibly well for how fast they're going. It is unbelievable the amount of focus that each of these drivers really has to have going at these speeds, side by side, much of the time, as we see now between Payne and Lucas. And boy, howdy, I'm rather surprised to not see those two just working together and trying to get away from this pack. This is the only way they're going to do it, is if they work together.
Absolutely, and I think they've been trying to, but I mean, this pack is relentless in behind the race leaders. There, it's like, nope, that ain't happening. We coming. We're right here. Yeah, where do you think you're going? But I mean, the beautiful thing is nice tight door-to-door racing, and that's what we love to see here at Nolander and GT45 Gaming. I tell you what, our communities are top level, the races are top level, and we throw some pretty extreme circumstances at them in some pretty extreme situations like we have here tonight. And look how well they handle this. What a show. Paulie B, you better be smiling, my man, because I know I am.
Oh, he is. I'll tell you what, my guy, Rad TDC was just up there in 4th place, now drops down into P6. Meanwhile, Miss D hops up into P5. With J-Set back up into P4 now P3. And J-Set and Sheriff Doofy just keep going back and forth, battling out.
Absolutely.
P4, yeah, what a race.
Great battle between teammates right there. Definitely no love lost between the two teammates here on the racetrack. They all want a piece of that winning pie here. And, you know, big purpose. Every driver wants to go out there and get across that checkered flag first, especially for a friend. And the drivers' minds and goals are all the same here. And that's to come out here tonight, put on a great show for everybody watching at home, and show our support to the Blostrom family. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are showing support and fundraising for the Blostrom family. Unfortunately, the father of the family has lost a battle due to illness, and we're here trying to help the family fundraise money for final cost to send that wonderful angel up to heaven properly and allow them to move forward. So in the pinned comments in Nolander and GT45 Gaming's pages is the GoFundMe link. If you're able to donate financially, that is absolutely amazing, and the family really does appreciate every single cent that has come in from the kindness of friends, family, and strangers alike through social media posting. But the most important thing here is share it, please. I don't need you to share the stream today. I don't need you to follow my page today. I need you to take that GoFundMe link, and I need you to share it to every one of your networks that you think it will help, so we can help the Blostrom family and those two amazing young boys continue to push forward in life as they transition through a tough part of their life.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Certainly this has absolutely zero to do with us. We've just been blessed with a platform that we can get the word out a little better than most. And so that's what we're going to do. And that's what today's about. It's also about these racers on track here. They put in the hard work, had incredible seasons, each and every one of them, and that's why they've been invited here into the All-Star race. Lucas gets sideswiped and falls back into P11. Unfortunate.
Our pro champion and the top dog this season now finds himself trying to chase back up through the pack, but we all know from watching the season here this season that Lucas 369 is no stranger to the challenge of coming from the back of the pack to try and get back on a podium. And with the way that the lobby is set up here in race number 1, that possibility is most certainly there for him within a couple laps, keep in mind as well. So new race leader here is Peve, still battling it out with 10 Tenths Mischievous and 10 Tenths Sheriff Doofy here. And a couple pro and a pro-am driver here battling it out right now for the overall race lead. And this has been an absolutely fantastic race. There is battles happening everywhere. There's no way in the world we're catching every single one of them. So we're just trying to keep the whole group in the camera here, essentially.
Well, essentially, that's not been all that hard to do.
Woo! Big moment there is a big wiggle from, I believe, 10 Tenths Jason coming out of the corner. A little contact with the wall there made that car really loose, and that's going to move him back down through the pack. So, like I said, I was in a practice lobby with this particular race setup for this particular race earlier this week with the drivers as we were testing tuning and just getting some practice in with the drivers as well. And it was a lot of laughs and giggles in the PlayStation chat and behind the scenes where we're all hanging out together as we're practicing and just messing around. And I suspect that it is no different here tonight with these guys. They're probably laughing, they're having fun. And today, with the way that our weekend and the last few days have gone and all the emotional duress that a lot of the racers and community are going through, just trying to do our part. It's moments like these that really make us cherish why and realize why that we continue to do these things for the members of the community, because it's not just our racers that matter, it's also our viewers, and Paul Blostrom was one of our biggest.
Oh man, absolutely. Like you said earlier, you just really nailed it on the head when you said that, you know, he had never left a stream without that streamer smiling. And I can guarantee it. It's just facts. That's just who he was. He made a very concerted effort to make it a point for that to be the case. And that's why he was so greatly loved throughout all of the communities. And not just the racing communities, mind you all. This man supported, you know, Call of Duty streamers, whatever. It didn't matter. He liked to go in and support people. And that was the greatest thing about Paul. It was one of his greatest strengths and one of the things that I most admired about him. Rad TDC up into P2.
And moving.
Look at this man go.
Taking up a nice high line pass there. A little slipstream advantage right there for TDC Gaming, and that puts him right on the rear bumper of Payme now for the overall race lead. So we're almost 14 minutes in. We're on lap 14, so the drivers have actually picked the pace up here. I expected to see about 1 minute laps from these drivers, but we are most certainly seeing some sub 1 minute laps here as these racers, they're not messing around here in this 20 minutes. They are going to give every bit of effort that they have in these race cars here today, and they are going to leave it all out on this racetrack, it looks like, here tonight.
Yeah, in fact, we're looking at, I was just looking at Payme's last couple of lap times, 101.165, a 101.635, a 102.015. Got down to TDC, he is really coming on strong. A 1 minute flat. Why did that one go away? I don't know. But,
you know, good old game faux pas, but I mean, you go take a look at that fastest lap. Exactly, that's exactly where I was just going. I mean, a 57.5 right there, and that's our AM champion here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna keep saying that. That's our AM champion here.
Right up there fighting with big dogs, the pros, just screaming along. Incredible job, outstanding job from each and every one of the racers. These guys are putting on one heck of a show, and absolutely thrilled to be a part of it.
Absolutely, and I know you want to be out there. I know you want to be on track with these racers, doing the same thing these racers are doing here today. But I really appreciate you being here in the booth with us and being in that important part of what we're doing here today as well. So it's glad to have you back. It's glad to see you back in the booth as well, Nolan. We missed you here in the community, and here we go again.
I'm truly blessed, man, to be here. This is where I belong for this race. No two ways about it. It would have been nice to see another Rad teammate out there and helping my boy out, but You know, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. This right now, right here, this is where I belong, and I'm thrilled to be here serving you. So thank you, my friend.
Oh, you guys listen to that as they roar past down into the braking zone here into turn number 2. 12 of these beasts of cars just roaring up the racetrack at 180 plus miles an hour. These cars are seeing 300 kilometers an hour at the very top end. If they can get these cars there here at high speed range. So 6 corners here on this racetrack, not a lot to worry about, but very technical racetrack with the nature of the speed. And we have somebody, ATV there. I'm not sure if it was contact that created that or if he just made a mistake and hit the wall that created that. It happened so quickly, but now in 12th place. And this is going to be an example of this boost system here now. We should see ATB be in 58, 57-second laps here, and within 1 or 2 laps, he'll be right back on the back of this pack. So before this race ends, ATB will be right there with the rest of this pack, and who knows, maybe even deeper up into the pack.
Man, boy howdy. These front 4, look at them, 3 wide, just swapping positions left and right, cars diving in and out, trying to gain position with the boost being up so high. I can imagine it's incredibly difficult to try to gain an edge on a fellow racer, and that's why we're seeing, you know, people like, you know, Rad being right up there with these guys. We see Dark Crover right up there with those guys. We see JSET now in P3, Fast Genzer right there as well in P4. Oh, when we have a complete and total spin out, first one of the race into the wall there.
Who was that? I didn't even catch who that was. Oh, it was ATV. Paymay. Oh, it was Paymay there. Oh, our race leader, and anybody who had their money on Paymay, hold your breath. He's got a couple laps to find his way back up front here as we're at about the 17.5 minute mark. So we're going to see like 3 more laps here as these drivers continue around, and now it's Miss Devious leading the charge here. So let's see if Miss Devious can hold the charge of the whole pack in behind. There's 4 wide in behind our race leader here. They are all fighting and jockeying for position on the racetrack here. Here we go again, turn number 2.
Yeah, and speaking of which, coming back, Lucas back up in P6, and he is right there in the mix. And look out, he's hard charging. We've seen it time and time again. That man makes incredible moves, incredible race strategist, and you can't count him out yet, that's for sure.
And Superman now charging his way up in through the mid-pack as he's battling there with Tro and Kobe. And Superman is no stranger to Tro and Kobe. Superman was in a very deadlocked battle with Tro and Kobe. Superman gave up. Oh, we got a car getting airtime there. I believe that was Scary Guy for you. He went about 10 feet in the air there. That was pretty crazy. But hey, he's still rolling, and he is 4 wide coming into turn number 2, battling for 8th place overall here. So this is exactly what we were hoping to see out of this race, where we set the race up and we're getting exactly what we expected to see. We got a little bit of packing happening. We got 2 packs at the moment, but I suspect that we'll have all these drivers close back up. And we were talking about how quickly that the boost will pull these drivers back together into the back of the pack. ATB and Paymay there, who both went to the back of the pack, already charging back through the field here.
Man, boy howdy, Rad the Damn Cat and Lucas both side by side around that corner, just absolutely wide open throttle, just beautiful, absolutely well done right there. And we've seen it time and time again. Superman on the charge as well, up into P6 now.
Absolutely. And you know, some of these racers may have just been playing coy this whole race, just staying in the back, staying out of trouble, trying to keep the car in good condition. And maybe now it's time for guys like Superman, Tro and Kobe, Dark Cobra, the Damn Cat to make that final charge to try to push up to the frontier. So as we come across the start-finish line, we're separated by about the distance of what we're separated in qualifying, about 2 seconds here in lap 20. And it's going to be 1 more to go after this lap here. So race 1 very quickly disappearing from us here, but what a doozy it has been.
Yeah.
3 wide coming around for the lead there.
Minsky in P2, Lucas in P3. They are all battling it out big time right now. Position keeps you. This is going to come right down to the line. Right to the line, guaranteed.
Absolutely. We could very well potentially see the top 3 finishers in this race all across the line for photo finish even. And it seems to be setting up that way, but boy, oh boy, it is race on here. And looking for position. Now, this is also the fun part. We've got wheel and pedal drivers, we've got controller drivers, we've got manual and automatic transmission drivers, and we've got VR drivers all mixed up together on the track.
And there it is. JSET takes the win. Misty in P2, Lucas in P3. Absolutely incredible stuff right there. We couldn't finish going through the field, but we'll let y'all know here just momentarily. Here
Absolutely,
are your
man.
results.
Up 5
It is
positions and
J-Set.
sneaking it out at the end is Ten Tenths
Yeah.
third race number 1. So we
Yep.
said it was anybody's game. And
Indeed, indeed.
nobody picked TTJ set. He was discussed, but we didn't see any
I
death
did mention him. I
defined.
did mention we could not hold him, count him
Uh-huh.
out. That's for sure.
All right, so we do need to
Uh,
definitely get that screenshot of the results because our race order for race number 2 most certainly depends on it. So it is TTJ set with the race win and less than a tenth of a second. In behind was Miss Devious. Lucas right there, 10th in behind her for 3rd place. Fast Ginger in 4th. ATB in 5th. Cobra in 6th. Paymay in 7th. Sheriff Doofy finishing in 8th place. Superman in 9th. Crone Kobe in 10th. The Damn Cat in 11th. And the Scary Guy in 12th place. And it really does come down to that last lap decision when you're playing with strong boost on a track like High Speed Ring. All right, so we will give the racers a few minutes here to decompress from that. That was 20 straight minutes of door-to-door, nose-to-tail, paint swapping, tire rubbing action for these drivers. It's very hot out all across the world right now, so we are going to give our racers a few minutes to decompress, cool down, and prepare for a 40-minute endurance race here in race number 2. So I hope everybody really enjoyed that race here. I hope the fans at home really enjoyed that race here, and it's got me smiling. And I got to tell you what, that has not been something that has been very easy to do here today. I promised Paul that I would be smiling before the end of this stream, and I already am. So,
absolutely. And apparently the drivers have thoroughly enjoyed themselves as well. I'm looking over some of the chat, and we get goodness. Oh, wowza, that was more fun than I thought it would be. Ha ha ha. And then Lucas says to Rad, the Damn Cat, chaotic amazement.
that was pretty fun. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Lucas is calling for, he says he'll be right back.
Yeah,
5 minutes. I'd say that's about appropriate for
we're
the
gonna
racers.
take a few minutes. We're going to reset the lobby for our racers. From there, we're going to talk about our overall podium finishers here from the season as well. And while we're doing that, that'll give Nolander a chance to go ahead and get Race Control's Porsche 919 Hybrid out of the paddock, get it on track, and Nolander's going to do something a little special here before we take and start race number 2 off. So we're definitely going to give the racers a few minutes just to relax, decompress a little bit. That was a pretty crazy race. I know what it's like as a racer to be caught up in that kind of a battle. It's intense when you're caught in a battle with 1 or 2 racers like that, never mind 12. So they're definitely going to need some water and get those cars reset up for the endurance race up and coming. So we'll get the lobby reset, and we're just going to hang out with you guys and gals, talk a little bit, and wait till our racers are ready to get underway with the next part of our program here.
Yep, and I have the graphics up for the division winners, beginning with the AM. If you want to go ahead and go through that and talk about each of these racers and how they earned their spots and why they deserve them, and whilst I go and have a tinkle.
Absolutely. Well, there we go. Well, Nolander goes and deals with some important business here. We will talk about all that in just a second. I'm just going to switch the lobby over for our racers here, so just bear with me here. Oh, for some reason that did not work. There, that did work. We just are dumb and don't pay attention sometimes. All right, so we'll give the racers a little time to, decompress, get some water, get refreshed, get rehydrated, get ready for a little bit of a more serious race here now. So the whole point of race number 1 for everybody watching at home was just to have some fun, really throw it all out on the line and let these drivers just, play a little bit of Rubbins racing here at GT45 Gaming on a really fun track and a really fun car, and it's all just to provide some fun and excitement out there for everybody watching at home. Again, we're just here showing support to the Blonstorm family. There's a GoFundMe link pinned in the pinned comments in Nolander and GT45 Gaming streams. The best thing I can ask and the most important thing that we can ask from everybody is every day, just take 5 minutes out of your day, pretty please, 5 minutes, and share or repost that GoFundMe link. Do not let that GoFundMe link blink, die. Let it stay in the public eye, and let's keep it fresh every day, every single day. And let's continue to raise that money. Let's continue to help the family, because the more and more that we can let social media do what social media does, the power of social media is incredible if you can persuade it into your direction. And we have got some very good forward momentum going with the fundraising efforts. We don't know how much the family is going to need. We don't know how much is required for the family to ease that financial burden so that they can really focus on getting through, again, one of the toughest times and things that they're ever going to go through in their lives. And so we're just going to keep doing it until the family tells us that that's it, they're good. So we appreciate everybody. So that is the most important thing that we can ask from everybody. Again, I'm not looking for follows on my page. I'm not looking for you to share this stream out unless you really want to, because it's great action on the track. But the most important thing here right now moving forward is the Blostrom family and the fundraising efforts. So the GoFundMe page is our priority here. So please do share that out every single day if you can for us. It takes 5 minutes of your time. You know, you get up in the morning while you're having instead of reading your morning newspaper, grab your phone real quick, knock that thing out in 2 or 3 Facebook groups, a Discord server, wherever you think it might help. And you know, it doesn't seem like it's much, but when 3, 4, 5, 600 people do that, and then 500 or 600 of their friends do that, and 500 or 600 of their friends do that, and then we've reached thousands and thousands of people in that 24 hours. And the law of averages states that 1 out of every 10 is going to be able to help, which means we should be able to continue to help the family get what they need to make sure that they're going to be okay for final expenses. And again, it's important that we allow them to have the ability to focus on each other right now and not the biggest burden in life, which is finances. So for those that have been able to assist financially, the family deeply appreciates every penny, and I'm sure in their time they will make those announcements and make those posts when they're ready to do so. But in the meantime, we are the voice for our communities, and we are the voices for the family that is hurting and in pain right now. So we're going to continue to do what we can do to try and help the Blostrom family. And even though, you know, we all have our own pains with what's happened with this legend in this community, we will continue to move forward and continue to help the family move forward the best we can. So I appreciate everybody, and what a doozy of a first race. I mean, that was a smashing race right there. So we're going to see something happen here in a few minutes time, and then we'll get race number 2 underway. So let's talk about race number 2 real quick. I'm just going to flip you back over to our screen here. So we're going to be still on high speed ring, but we're going to reverse the racetrack. So we have sweet talked our race control officials here at high speed ring to allow us to run the track backwards for race number 2. So it will be a 40-minute endurance race. There's no qualifying here for race number 2. We are going to set the grid based off of their finishing positions in race number 1. So our winner will go to the back, and our loser will go, not our loser, our last place finisher, I hate that word, I'm sorry, will go to the front of the pack to start the race off. There will be a mandatory pit stop in race number 2. It will be a racing medium and a racing soft tire required here. Now, with that being said, the weather is on random in race number 2, which means rain is a factor and a potential wild card here in the second race. If it rains and the drivers are required to use wet tires at that point, that will of course make the tire mandate completely nil and void, and it'll be free game from there. But until that point, the drivers will need to use racing medium and soft tires, and all normal series settings apply here. It'll be light damage, it'll be real slipstream, no boost, and it will be 5 times tire wear and 4 times fuel consumption. So tire wear and fuel will play a factor into how these drivers optimize their strategies in race number 2. So number 1 was a fun, all out, full send, no holds bar kind of style race. Just a fun to kind of get everybody moving, get that energy up in our racers, get us refocused in on what the task at hand on the racetrack is. Well, the broadcasters here at the booth focus on what the task at hand on the fundraising side of things. So we got the racers excited, we got the energy levels up, we got them hyped up. Hopefully everybody watching at home is in that same position, and we're going to send it off with a 40-minute endurance sprint race to finish it off here tonight. And after that, we're going to sit down, we're going to have a talk with our competitors and any of our overall podium finishers throughout the season here that want to chat, and of course we'll have some open lobbies running in the background while we do all of that. So let's talk about our overall podium finishers here, as Nolander did bring up our top 3 finishers of the season. So let's go over it. Our AM division here, it was a very small division this season. It was committed of 6 drivers to start and turned into 7 drivers, and of course a lot of drivers were kind of hit and miss throughout the season during certain racing rounds, but at the end of the season it was E. Page, aka TPC's Dark Cobra, coming out on top as our Pro-Am champion with 181 points. He came in as a new league racer. He was very unconfident, unfamiliar with these prototype machinery. He got involved with the community and some training, some help, some advice, some knowledge, and turned into an absolute AM racing machine, taking that overall title with 181 points. In second place there was also newcomer Medic, coming into the community. We don't know too much about Medic, but I believe that he is a retired firefighter. So he came in and showed up, and perseverance is a word for Medic. I mean, this driver came in, he doesn't necessarily have the best races sometimes, but he never ever gave up, he never ever quit, and he continued to get that car across start finish line, race in and race out. And because of that, he does come in second place in the AM division with 114 points, and then Ken Scott, aka Scary Guy for You Too, coming in with that final third place position, just stealing it away from Sugar Rush Racing in the finale here this season. And he's going to come in with 83 points, and also newcomer here to GT45 Gaming. So to our AM division podium finishers, congratulations to TPC Dark Cobra, congratulations on an AM championship here from GT45 Gaming Prototype Championship. That takes us into our Pro-Am division, and what a battle it was in our Pro-Am division last season. It came right down to the last race of the season to determine who was going to be crowned champion, and after a lot of points and a lot of checking and a lot of great battles in the Pro-Am division this season, it is going to be Ten Tenths Fast Ginger coming out in third place overall with 248 points, and it gave a valiant charge to try and overcome and overtake THG's Drone Kobe. And one bad race near the end of the season there kind of gave him a little rattle there, and just wasn't quite able to recover the way he was looking for, but still hangs on to be third place overall for the Prototype Championship. That leaves us with Team Raz the Damn Cat, Murray Estes, aka the Damn Cat, and he had a great season. And this is one of the drivers we've been watching progress and grow as a racer over the last couple of years, and he really showed it on track here this season in the Pro-Am division. He came to race, he came to fight, and he gave Trone Kobe everything he had here this season. But I tell you what, Trone Kobe, right now the guy is on a high. He's rolling, he's on good confidence, he's been working hard, and he has been doing very well, and is a tough competitor in these Pro-Am divisions all around the GT7 platform. So a great effort there from TDC Gaming, but just a little short in second place. But I tell you what, THG's Drone Kobe, A. Colbert, absolutely incredible drive from him all season long. He won over half the races in the Pro-Am division, and Trone Kobe is actually our overall highest point scorer through all of our drivers here this season. So if it came down to overall points and it was a one championship drive and it came down to points, Trone Kobe would actually be our overall champion for the season based off of overall points. So it really was and truly an incredible season from THG's Trone Kobe. Congratulations to him for his Pro-Am championship. And that takes us to the big boys and girls on track this season. What a fast-flying division the Pro Division was this season. It was tons of intense moments, lots of photo finishes right down to the final lap of the race, and it was really anybody's game through the first two-thirds of the season. And then Lucas 369 got a foothold and really just kind of drove away with the championship from there. But what a great battle still for those other overall podium positions. So it is going to be Ten Tenths Miss Devious M. Crow with 205 overall points in the Pro Division, and she had a tough start to the season. Things weren't going well. She wasn't getting the good breaks. She was getting some unlucky breaks. She picked up a couple penalties through some of the racing rounds to set her back a little bit. But she just put her foot down. She put her nose down. She kept trying. She kept pushing. She kept making the races. She kept getting that car across the start-finish line. And she was rewarded with a third place overall finish here in the championship. So congratulations to Ten Tenths Miss Devious, and that's Ten Tenths J-Set as well here now in second place overall. And I think he was a little surprised to find himself in that position at the end of the season, knowing the caliber of the driver field that the pros were racing against here. It was anybody's championship. It was anybody's race to win at any given racing round. And just showing up every week and giving it everything he's got, putting in lots of hard work, and staying nice and cool, calm, and consistent on the racetrack really did reward J-Set this season, and that puts him second place overall in the championship with 215 overall points. But the man of the hour and the big winner here was Lucas369. Again, no big surprise. He's always a very tough competitor everywhere he goes and races, and any platform he races on. And the pro lobby gave him a run this season. They made Lucas really work hard for that championship right up to the last couple of races this season. And Lucas369 will lock down the first ever pro division championship here from GT45 Gaming with 271 overall points. So congratulations to our 9 overall podium finishers. Also special shout out to Paymay Dudley for pro race wins. We also have our pro race winners here in the lobby today, Sheriff Doofy being one of them. We've also brought in ATB and RA Superman, last season's defending Pro-Am and Am champion as well, here to represent on track. And the reason why that's important is because both those drivers came in from the respective championships last season, and both of them ended up in a division higher this season. So they really persevered, they really fought hard, and in my opinion did very well in an increased paced lobby. So I'm just waiting for Nolander to let me know he's ready here, and we'll get the next part of our event underway. So
Very good, my guy. I am here. I was just letting you roll with it, as that was some great recognitions for our drivers here in the All-Star race tonight. That was great.
absolutely, and we do. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we're here for fun. We're here just to bond, play some video games together. You know, it's a whole different culture now, and we, you know, you build these bonds, you build these relationships, you build friendships, you build more than friendships. You become virtual brothers and sisters, and moms and dads even sometimes, depending on the situation. So, you know, it is so much more than just hanging around and playing video games like, you know, the 80s and 90s. We got 19 TVs down in the basement of mom and dad's house, and we got 400 wires running across the basement. We're LAN partying it up. You know, we can sit in the comfort of our own home and hang out with our most favorite people from all over the world, and it's a really cool thing. So to see the support shown from the racing community really is important. So it looks like all our drivers are on track here and ready to go.
Yep.
So
are we ready for the next stage?
When you're ready, absolutely. When you are ready.
I am ready.
Oh no! Hold on. I take it back. I'm not ready. But you keep going. You're good. Nothing will change. I just hit the wrong button. There we go. Alright, so the drivers will know what's going on here. And just Nolander will slow his pace down at one point on the racetrack there, and then all of our racers are going to come out and line up 2 by 2 in behind Nolander. So we did state at one point here through the first race that, you know, I'm sure Nolander would love to be on track showing his support in behind the cars. So he's going to come out and lead a special lap. And this lap is strictly for Paul and family, for nobody else. And this is just to, in the sim racing community, we have a special way to say goodbye to our friends, to our loved ones, to the members of the community that are not here to speak for themselves anymore. And we like to do a lap of honor. We like to get the drivers to get up in behind the leader and run a slow lap around the track to show their support to the family and the driver. And that's kind of our way to say goodbye to a community member, a racing legend, and really a truly great human being in this case here today. So the drivers are all just kind of getting everything going here. They're getting lined up, and we're going to leave Nolander lead the helm here. I think it's very important. Nolander was very close with Paul as well, and just recently was able to, you know, it's not very often you get to meet some of your favorite people or your favorite community members in real life, and Nolander had a great opportunity to do that with Paul a little over a year ago, and you know what, I'm sure that's a cherished moment that Nolander will never forget. So I really feel like it's important that he leads the charge here today.
Yeah, absolutely. A memory that I will cherish forever. It's an understatement to say that it's pretty rare to be able to meet, for us streamers, to be able to meet your followers, and especially one as special as Paul, who touched so many lives. And so just happy to be able to do this for him, happy to be able to remember him in this way and celebrate his life, and come together as you know, the virtual family that we are, as you so correctly put that. And so, that being said, Paul, this lap is for you, our friend.
Absolutely. I'm going to go quiet here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just going to give a moment of silence while our racers do what our racers do and send Paul up to heaven so he can watch over all of us in his own way. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of fun from our drivers here now as we say goodbye in our own way, each individually. You know, we're sim racing here, we're having fun, and I mean, what racing fan, what car fan, what pure engine horsepower loving fan does not love donuts? So the whole field here, they're just gonna hang out, we're gonna mess around, we're gonna blow a bunch of donuts, we're gonna rip apart some racing rubber here in Paul's name, we're gonna tear up High Speed Ring in his honor. We're gonna get ready to do some racing. Paul's a friend to me. I never got the opportunity to meet Paul in real life myself, but there was a lot of moments and a lot of conversations that me and Paul had over the time that we were together. Paul was an administration member on GT45 Gaming for a while as well until he got very busy with work. He was there to help us with the DMJ championship seasons behind the scenes as the DMJ was giving us some great championships to run in here down in North America. Paul was never a hesitant one to jump in and give a lending hand when he had the available time to do so. And when he was away at work, when he was away from his family, he was hanging out with his virtual family, showing that love and support to all of his favorite content creators and communities, no matter how big and no matter how small. Paul Blomstrom really is genuinely a real one, ladies and gentlemen. And the community really has lost truly a legend.
Absolutely, my friend, absolutely.
Alright, so our drivers are burning off those tires. Absolutely roasting them. You can see all the rubber burnt off on the front straightaway here. I should get the drivers a little bit more grip, you'd think, off race start here too, as well as the drivers have kind of laid down a little bit of preemptive traction here before race starts. So we're going to go ahead and give the drivers the warning to get race ready, and then we will set that grid and get our race underway.
What a fantastic scene right there. Just 5, 6 cars, just perfect burnouts.
We will miss Paul. You're not wrong. Again, for the community, for my community, for Nolanders community, for the communities out there, and especially to the Blomstrom family, whether you're watching now or you catch this down the road later, whether you never see it, it is really irrelevant. The sim racing community is also here for you. Our doors are open, and if you need someone to talk to, we are here for you as well. You're not alone. You have thousands of supporters behind you right now. You may don't even know it, but we're here, and we're sending our prayers and we're sending our love as you guys battle through this tough transition. All right, so I'm just giving the drivers an opportunity to. Lucas, it looks like he's resetting and coming back here, so we'll give him a moment. We're going to go keep an eye on that YouTube channel here. We're just going to do a quick check over on the streams here. This is very, very hot where I'm at today, and my computer is giving me some overheating warnings here over the last few minutes, so I'm just checking to make sure it's still working for everybody, because we don't want to miss it. We want to make sure this gets out there. We want to make sure, yeah, all good. We'll wait for Luke. We're all good. And then, like I said, after the race, we're going to have the interview room open to all the racers, all the competitors. If they choose to come in and say something, it's not required from our drivers. It never is. It's never mandatory. But I know that there's some of the drivers out in the field here today and behind the racing cars that would definitely like to come and say some words as well, I think. And the floor is most certainly going to be open to our racers here tonight to talk about their championship season or whatever they want to see, or talk about what we're doing here today. But you know, they've worked hard for 10 championship racing weeks. A month leading into 10 championship racing weeks, they were preparing for qualifying, getting their cars ready, doing all that testing and tuning. And then, of course, for the last couple of weeks after the season, now preparing for this high-intensity, crazy event at High Speed Ring here in the Porsche 919 turbo hybrid cars. And, I mean, these cars are quick. They're quick. They dump a gear very, very quickly.
Yeah, they certainly do, man. I tell you, it's unlike racing anything else out there in the racing world. It's absolutely incredible. I'd have to say the only way you're going to get close to it is in a Formula One car. And even then, there's some big differences.
Absolutely, and I mean, even though there's high downforce on the LMP1 prototype cars, you know, Nolander touched on this a little bit earlier in the broadcast, is that I'm just going to flip the screen here while I set the grid, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with me. With that being said, he touched base on how the faster you go in these cars, the better aerodynamic grip you're going to get in these racing cars, and that is 100% entirely accurate, and as much as the same for our Super Formula cars and also our Group 2 class cars. So the faster essentially you're going, the more grip you have, and it is a difficult concept as a racer when you're used to, say, GT4, GT3 class racing, or even slower cars, maybe street cars, whatever the case may be, to make that adaptation from a group class car to an LMP1 car, because it's the exact opposite with that car. It's not the faster you go, the more grip you have. You need to be patient with group class cars and give them the time that they need to rotate around an apex. Where an LMP1 car, you're kind of jamming the throttle a little bit as you're going through the corners to keep it on track and in line for the angle that you're looking for in the corner. All right, so let's set a grid up here. We have got Scary Guy, TDC, Trone, and Superman going to take our top 4 spots here. And I already forgot because my brain is a little bit not there today. We got TDC, Trone, and Superman. I don't know why I couldn't remember that.
We've been back and forth on that all day today, my friend. It's rather difficult to concentrate We'll say that.
Absolutely, absolutely, and the outreach continues to pour in as well. So we appreciate everybody, and bear with. I will get to everybody as quickly as I can. I know there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes, so just bear with us, and we will just keep continuing doing what we're doing and being the voice as quickly and efficiently as we can for the community as well.
Absolutely. Stefan, Paul, Twee, we appreciate you. Appreciate you stopping in. Appreciate the reactions on the stream. Absolutely appreciate the shares. That's the most important thing that y'all can do, is share out the links to the GoFundMe page for the Blomstrom family. This is not at all about us. It's not about our pages. It's about remembering and celebrating Paul and trying to help the Blomstrom family as much as we possibly can, in any way that we can. And so that's the effort, and it will continue until our I hate to use the word services because it's not much of anything. That's the very least of what we can do, but we're absolutely thrilled here to do it.
Absolutely, and we just making sure our grid is set correctly here. We just do it to double check. We got double check. We got our grid order set, and the drivers are most certainly ready to get race number 2 underway here. Of course, it is getting late for our Eastern Coast racers, so we definitely don't want to keep them too much longer. It is again a work day on Monday, but we really do appreciate and cherish all the support from all of our racers here today. This was a normal scheduled event, but for them to get on board with the adaptive changes that have been made over the last 2 or 3 days leading into race time, and one of those changes was made very early this morning. I really do appreciate the drivers just coming out and still putting on a great show for the viewers at home. So let's get to some racing, shall we? We got the grid set, the racers are ready, and we're gonna boogie one last time here from the GT45 Prototype Championship. So thank you to our racers, thank you to our volunteers, stewarding staff, and everybody behind the scenes, and most importantly, thank you to Nolander Gaming for being by my side here today. I don't know if I could have done this without Nolander being here today.
Likewise, my friend. We find strength in each other in times like this, and most certainly absolutely thrilled to be here. As difficult as it is, it's a blessing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one last ride here from the Prototype Championship. One last ride in honor of Paul Blomstrom here from our Prototype drivers. But I promise you will not be the last ride for Paul Blomstrom, and I can guarantee you that Paul's memory will never die in the sim racing community. It will only be made stronger by this ever fast growing community.
Most certainly, my friend. Well said. He certainly won't be forgot by many of us.
All right, so we got a good mixture here at the starting grid. We got AMs, Pro-Ams, and Pros all mixed up throughout the field here. That was what we were kind of hoping to see at the end of that first race with the strong boost. That strong boost really did open up the race to anybody can win in anybody's game. But now we've taken the racers out of their comfort zone. They're on.
It's a great start.
Where is it? Oh, he does. Second place there for Superman. So
yeah,
a little bit of lag coming in the lobby here, and that's to be expected. Unfortunately, right now we are dealing with some net coding issues within the platform that we race on. And you know, I got again just another massive amount of respect and applause to the racers, because they're the ones that got to deal with that net coding. They're the ones out there seeing cars doing weird things like they're doing and trying to race around that, and they still show up week in and week out to put on that show for everybody. So kudos to our racers. Well, certainly kudos to our racers.
Absolutely, and it cannot be understated or overstated, rather, the gratefulness that as racers, as commentators and broadcasters, we certainly cannot thank enough all those working behind the scenes to make these things go over smoothly. They cannot happen without the admins, volunteers, stewarding officials. It just would not go over without you guys. So a big thank you to y'all for that. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. We're seeing some tire strategy and difference here early on in the race. I'm not surprised to see it. This is pretty typical of what we're used to seeing in small endurance races. A 40-minute endurance race is almost an endurance sprint race when you really break it down. I don't really consider an endurance race a true endurance race, and I think unless we're creeping over about that 3-hour mark, in my opinion, but that's just my personal opinion. I'm sure other people may feel differently about that. But 40 minutes is most certainly an endurance sprint. It's just long enough that the drivers really do need to consider the condition of their race car, their tires, and their fuel, but it's also short enough where it doesn't get too taxing and get to the point where a driver's losing focus because you're just kind of Sunday driving in open air, so to speak. So the distance is just short enough to keep the pack fairly tight together and keep things fairly interesting for everybody watching at home. So the feedback on the championship throughout the season is most certainly an important thing for future developing of the championships as well from the viewers. So I definitely, over time, would like to get the feedback from our community on what you guys thought of the broadcast, the commentating, the racing, and everything in between. That would be fantastic. And you know what? Let's get some hashtag Pauls up in the chat to show that love, because the man is a true legend, and we're going to be racing for Paul for a very long time here at GT45 Gaming.
Oh, I just had such an incredible blessing message come through. Stefan, I really hope you don't mind my sharing this. But since you posted it in my chat, I'm guessing that you don't.
Absolutely.
A good friend, Stefan Hope, otherwise known as Onk, great friend of the community as well. Been through some hard times himself, and found solace in this wonderful community we have. He says, my first ever donation was for Paul. I made my PayPal account for that. So thank you very, very much, Stefan. That's incredible. Very kind of you, my friend. Very kind of you.
Absolutely. And Paul shattered communities all over the place with his infectious personality. He really did. He left his mark everywhere he went, and he was not easily forgotten. And it wasn't in a bad way, it was in a great way. And like I said, he came in with the baddest dad jokes in the history of dad jokes, but you couldn't help but laugh, because you know that Paul was coming in to try and make you smile. He was trying to lighten your day.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note,
keep going, Scary. Keep going, Scary. I think he's having a potential disconnect issue, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, bummer. Something that Paul might have come in and said, just for a little bit of an insight as to how he was. He may come into your stream and say, he says, dad joke for y'all. It's a vegetable joke, so fair warning, it's a bit corny.
Exactly, right? Like the worst bad dad jokes in the world that you can't help but laugh, because you know he's just trying to make you smile. And, you know, right. I don't ever actually remember seeing Paul down. I don't ever remember hearing Paul down. I mean, everything I've seen or heard come out of Paul's mouth, myself personally, was positive or trying to reinforce something or someone in some positive way. It's truly a very good individual. Was taken way too early from us, and it's unfortunate that it has to happen like that. But his spirit is going to live on, not only in his family, his children, his beautiful wife, his brothers, his sisters, and everybody that is in that core unit group of that family over in the Blomstrom household right now. His memory will never ever be forgotten. He will live on forever in the sim racing community, and I'm sure in his networking community with his real life job. He had an amazing career. He had a really cool job, and I was really intrigued with what he was doing. And because of what Paul did was because why he showed me so support of what we do here now at GT45 Gaming and Liner Gaming. He was a big fan of commentary, which kind of falls in line with somewhat of what he did with his real life work. And when some of his favorite content creators started coming out and doing what we're doing now, he really was all in, showing that support to the community. So that's why we're all in, trying to show it back to the family.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I'll tell you, you know, I certainly wouldn't have ever had passed up the opportunity to have gotten to meet Paul, and I'm certainly glad that I did. Like I said before, I'll certainly never forget that day, and I'll definitely treasure it. He actually informed me the night before he was doing the Formula E series he was covering that up in my home state of Oregon, up in Portland, which is at the top of the state. And he called me up, told me that he was going to be there, and asked if we'd like to meet up, and said that he would drive down halfway if I met him halfway. And he actually drove 3 hours, and I only had to drive her an hour and a half. And that's just the type of guy he was. You know, he made it an absolute, well, it wasn't a necessity at all, but he made it a priority when he was in somebody's town. Just anybody. It could have been somebody from chat. It could have been another streamer. I know personally of one other streamer that he also went and met, Mr. Millertime Gaming. He met in Pennsylvania while Paul was on a visit with his brother Blake, and so he made the stop through there, and I know they got to have a meal together and whatnot, and so that's just the type of guy he was, man. He made the effort.
Absolutely.
For everybody.
And he was just recently up in Canada, about 7 or 8 months back as well. He was just an hour outside of where I'm currently located here as well in Canada, and unfortunately we had a little bit of miscommunication. He thought that I was located in where his next stop was in Canada on his work path journey that particular week. And for me, he was really excited that we were gonna, do the same thing, right? He wanted to meet up, he wanted to come hang out and have that moment as well. But unfortunately, a little bit of miscommunication. I no longer live in the second stop of his trip here in Canada. It was actually the first stop. So I'm really sad that I missed my opportunity to sit across the table and share some stories with Paul and share some pictures and talk about the boys and that beautiful wife in behind there and everything. But I don't regret it. I'm gonna miss the guy to death. This is not gonna be something I'm gonna forget very quickly. It's gonna be something I'm gonna struggle with for a very long time myself. It's never easy to lose a friend, and even though I didn't get the opportunity to meet Paul in real life, I really did feel that relationship and that bond with Paul. And I mean, he is one of my original supporters. He was one of my biggest financial supporters when he was able to here on the page as well. So I don't owe the family anything, but out of respect in who Paul is and what his moral value and his moral context was, I can't not help the Blostrom family, because I would expect the same from him if the situation were reversed. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's certainly a privilege and an honor to be able to do so.
We are seeing some pretty good little battles here, but without the boost on, you can see the pace difference of our drivers and then the lobby starting to kick in here. But we are also seeing some good little pack racing in these little groups here. So different strategies, fuel and tires definitely going to factor in here today. And reverse track layout. We don't typically run these tracks in reverse very often. And again, at GT45 Gaming, this is all in the name and the nature of just having some fun here today, because it's really important that we continue to just ask our community, our friends, our family, and those of us that are just tuning in for the first time, again, just to take 5 minutes every single day to keep this GoFundMe page alive in social media, to your Twitters, to your Instagrams, to your Facebooks, to your YouTubes, to your Discords, to whatever other social media platforms that you choose to use. If you think that it's going to help and other people are going to share it out to their friends to show them that somebody is in need of support, then please do, because that is the most important, single-handedly the biggest reason why the fundraiser is growing quickly as it is here after 9 days. And the family really, again, we, strangers, friends, family alike, are taking one of the biggest life burdens off of the family right now, and that's financial stress, and allowing them to really fully focus on being there for each other to help guide each other through this tough time.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just going to read off a couple of more comments that are coming through on the screen here. It really just, so people can get an idea of the type of impact that Mr. Vegas had made on so many in the world, throughout the world, right?
Absolutely.
Says, Paul Twig here says, how sad to hear. I'd raced with Paul Longstrom many times. He was there from the start of my GT Facebook pages. Rest in peace. Stefano coming in said, just heartbreaking. Now he became a legend, not the normal guy. Indeed, indeed. And then he said, also, he says, just seen a Stefan Nielsen stream. Paul was in that party chat. Man, what a chat that was. Unforgettable. And then Paul Twig comes in again and he says, he's been playing for years, made friends all over the world. And that is an absolute fact.
Absolutely. He's touched many people's lives in the sim racing community, and just with this infectious personality. You know, and I can understand how the pain is going to be very difficult for those loved ones, his boys, his beautiful wife, and behind the scenes because of that infectious personality. The man was full of life, and it's hard not to feel the same way when you're around him. So they got a little bit of a hole in their life right now, and obviously that's not something that we can fill. I don't think that's something that anybody can really going to truly fill. But we can definitely show that support, and we can continue to pray for the family. We continue to send good vibes. But I do ask, the family's going through a lot right now. Try not to bombard them with those Facebook messages, and just keep commenting on the posts that myself, Nolander, and Miller Time, Cody B, all of our favorite creators are putting out there, because we're that happy medium right now, so the family can have their time, their space to make arrangements, deal with what they got to deal with, help each other get through. So let's give them that space, let's give them their time, and when the family is ready, they will most certainly reach out to myself and Nolander, I'm sure, with some form of thank you to give back to the sim racing community, because they really truly do appreciate it. Nolander's been in touch with brother Blake, and already amazed at how much support and how much of an impact Paul really truly did make in this community.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not entirely sure if we've lost you there. Your mic was kind of cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of lag, probably.
Yeah, okay, so no worries. Yeah, I'll tell you, I can say for sure that one of the things that the family will miss so much is Paul's smile. That guy had a smile that you couldn't help but smile when he smiled at you. You really just couldn't. And that's one of the things that I'll remember and cherish about him the most, along with his great sense of humor, and he had it was very apparent that he had devoted his time and efforts into just wanting people to be mentally okay, you know, and he showed that in so many ways for so many people. Huge supporter of my stream. He was an admin of my stream. Amen. Stefan, absolutely right. Stefan just says, if I remember right, Steve just passed away 3 years ago. Yes, yep. Steve Arnold, another virtual brother who passed on. And we're going to try to figure out something to do just like what we did for Steve. When Steve passed, we did a memorial race for him, a celebration of his life, because he was very much like Paul, and like Stefan says, now they race together.
Now they race together.
If he didn't have ears, he could smile in a circle. That's
that is true. That's pretty fantastic. If he didn't have ears, he could smile in a circle. That's a really incredible way to put things, actually. But again, it just goes to show the impact made within the sim racing community, not just our community, the sim racing community as a whole. And I just want to take a minute and throw a few more thank yous out there too, because everything has happened so fast over the last 9 days. It's just kind of been a blur. But I would like to thank, all of the league organizations that we work with, their Discord servers, their Facebook groups, all of the Facebook pages, and to our friends and all our content creators and your guys' and gals communities out there. The response was huge when everybody found out what was happening. And I just want to say thank you to everyone for the support, because this community just never ever disappoints. And the sim racing as a whole, the community as a whole, this, like I said, not just our small communities here, the whole sim racing community has been on board with this. This is all over the sim racing community right now. The GoFundMe page has been put everywhere that anybody can think of, including the platform's Facebook groups and pages, the developers' Facebook pages. It has been provided, and we've been allowed to post this all over the sim racing network worldwide. And we thank all of those organizations and all of those groups, all of those admins, moderators that have given us permission to get this out there worldwide to try and help the family. Thank you all so much for allowing us the platforms to continue to push this out.
Absolutely. It certainly can't be understated how this community bonds together in times like this. And I've said it before, and I don't mind saying it again. The sim racing community is by far and away the strongest online gaming community that there is, bar none. And things such as this, the way the community is gathered together, every time there's been a situation like this, we've all gotten together in solidarity, mourning for the loss of our friends and for the families, their loved ones. And I know I've said several times that it's a blessing to be a part of it, but it truly is a blessing, and it's a joy in my life to know the lot of you and to have gotten to know so many of you in the way that I have. That is why I started streaming, because I wanted to, like Paul, make a difference in people's lives, and that he was so very good at it. And I just hope that someday I can emulate that in the best possible way, and at least come close to what he has done for communities throughout the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been cramming it down your guys' ear holes here for a good solid 20 minutes here at the beginning of this race. And I mean, we have a great race happening here. It's starting to get dark on the racetrack, so we are losing sight of those gorgeous liveries here on the racetrack tonight. But the darkness is also adding to the challenge for the racers. Their visual markers have now disappeared. They're relying on a lot of muscle memory and, of course, sheer skill behind these race cars and knowledge of the track in this condition. So it's a 4 times weather multiplier here, so basically every 15 minutes is an hour's worth of time on the track. So we're 20 minutes in. When you multiply that by 4, we're about 1 hour and 20 minutes past, and we started in evening conditions. So we will finish under the power of darkness here today, and I almost feel like that's kind of fitting with the situation at hand here, I guess, today. But what a great race. It's TT's JSET currently in the lead, with Lucas chasing in second place, 18.6 second gap, but JSET, I believe, still needs to make a pit stop. We've got Payme here in a third position in behind Lucas, 1.5 seconds in behind, and there he is, our Pro-Am champion, only trailing the podium right now in this race, right behind those 3 pro drivers. So it's interesting to see how everything is starting to settle out here in this race. We've got pro driver Miss Devious here in 5th place, 2 seconds in behind Trone Kobe, and we've got Am champion Dark Cobra 3 seconds in behind teammate Miss Devious there in 6th place. So we've got a good mixture of our drivers in throughout the field here. We've got Pro-Am driver pro driver this season, defending Pro-Am champion from last season, ATB here in 7th place, and our defending Am champion and Pro-Am driver here, Superman, in 8th place, and he finished just off that podium here this season. Notable mention in 4th place for the season as well. Fast Ginger here in 9th place. A great season here for him, falling just short of 2nd place here at the podium, but he's still hanging on there, and a great Pro-Am Championship run for Fast Ginger here. Currently sitting in 9th place. We got TDC Gaming here, who gave Troan a great charge at the end of the season, but just fell a little bit too short, and currently sitting 10th in the grid here right now. And Sheriff Doofy, now recently 10-10 Sheriff Doofy here after a prototype season. He came and joined over to 10 Tenths Simracing here. And this gentleman, which we just recently learned ourselves here, drives on controller. Now that's not that big of a shock. A large part of our racing community runs in championship racing on their controllers. But the big factor here that's different from every other controller driver out there is he's also doing it in automatic transmission. So Sheriff Doofy is a brand new sim racer. He's only been doing it for less than a year. He's still on that controller, and he is driving an automatic transmission, competing with the best of the best in these championships. So this man's at a competitive disadvantage in league racing, driving on an automatic transmission. No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't even think there's an argument across the sim racing world that that is the case. And he is a very fierce competitor. So, huge shout out to Sheriff Doofy, and he did win a couple of races this season, which did grant him his invitation here into the race today as well. Just a little bit of fun facts there about Sheriff Doofy. I was shocked and amazed to learn that information about Sheriff when we were talking about him joining 10 Tenths Sim Racing, and it's very impressive what he can do under those conditions, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely, man. Anytime you're on controller and you're doing endurance racing, for one, you're going to burn through tires faster than those that are on the wheel.
Absolutely.
It's inevitable. To add into that the factor of being on an automatic and not being able to control your gears and RPMs, you're also going to burn through fuel that much faster. So the accomplishments that he has made are definitely commendable. Sheriff Doofy, we're really laying it down out there, and it's wonderful to see. We love to see that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a time as he progresses into his sim racing career that he will make adaptive changes, and he'll probably start to learn to drive in the manual transmission sense, and he may even move to a wheel and pedal set as he progresses through his sim racing career. But right now, you don't fix it if it ain't broken, and it's most certainly not broken for Sheriff Doofy. All right.
Right.
So
hey, Stefan, thank you.
We do have Lucas leading the charge, the pro champion doing the pro champion things here right now, but he's got Peve hot on the chase here, 1.5 seconds in behind, and Miss Devious there in 3rd place, 20 seconds in behind. So the pit stop sequences have made a difference here now in the race. Jay set in 4th place here, in behind teammate Miss Devious, and we got Dark Cobra here, our AM champion, sitting in 5th place. He has been very infamous this season for driving in the multi-class lobby of the Pro-Am and the AM division that we had this season, at finishing very high up, either just on the edge of the podium or right in that mid-pack in that Pro-Am division. So he was really kind of giving the Pro-Ams a run for the money near the end of the season, and now he's in here giving the pros a run for their money at the All-Star race. So where does Dark Cobra end up in the next championship season? That's a pretty big question mark, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? The driver continues to improve, and he improves very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm telling you, from the get-go, he has come out and laid it down, and he's gotten better and better and better and better. And I think certainly for himself and Sheriff Doofy, man, the sky's the limit for these guys. Many of these racers have shown incredible pace. Their willingness to learn and how quickly they learn is also commendable. They put a lot of time and effort into practicing. They get out there and they put in the work, and it really, really shows. And as you can see now, Dark Cobra just coming into the pits, but was running up in the top 5 with these incredibly fast guys and gal. Lucas, Paymane, Stevius, J-Set. Now we got Superman here in P5, showing Colby right there with him. yeah.
Absolutely. You know, we were watching a little battle earlier between Fast Ginger and Tron Kobe in the early part of the start of this race there, and it was very reminiscent of the battles that we saw from those two during that Pro-Am competition throughout the season as well. They got a little bit of separation here right now, but the funny part is, typically near the end of the races in the Pro-Am side of the championship, it was Ten Tenths Fast Ginger, TDC Gaming from Team Rad, and Tron Kobe, some way, some form, battling it out for those top 3 positions. And here we are again on the racetrack, much of the same thing. I mean, 3.5 second and 6 second gap with half the race to go. I think we're going to see an interesting finish between these Pro-Ams here yet today. We're probably going to see another set of pit stops here from our drivers yet as well. So that second pit stop sequence is going to start to tell us a little bit of a story at how this race may very well end up here today. But it is Lucas currently leading the charge, 2.5 second gap over SV's Payme and 10 Tenths Mischievous in third place here. Well, currently 22 seconds in behind, but clearly on a different pit stop strategy than the 2 drivers up front.
Yeah, and I also can't leave out ATB as well in the conversation of really improved drivers. That guy was beating himself up so bad about being slow and whatnot, and he came in and put on a great show in the Pro Lobby this year in the prototype league. And I'll tell you what, it used to be before him and I were pretty much neck and neck, and that guy has just gone to a whole nother level now. Incredible improvement in a very short time for him as well. Superman, same could be said for him. Man, the guy's just come on leaps and bounds from where he was at when I first started racing with him. Again, we mentioned Tron Colby earlier. Also, man, that guy. It's been incredible to watch his journey.
Hasn't it?
Yeah, man. It's been 2, maybe almost 3 years now doing comms for the guy. And I'll tell you, he just keeps getting better and better and better. And man, yeah, indeed. There's not a person I could leave out of the conversation in this lobby saying that the sky is truly the limit for you guys. Just keep operating. You guys are laying it down out there. It's incredible to watch.
Absolutely. Now, you know, the important thing is we go out and have fun. We're competing. We're trying to beat each other. We're trying to win. We're trying to have the bragging rights at the end of the season. But at the end of the day, we really do just try to come out here and have fun. And then, you know, it's a different world out there now in sim racing and video gaming, really as a whole, with content creation now being such a strong staple in people's lives, whether it be your favorite TV content or your favorite movie content or your favorite video game content. Really, it all comes down to live streaming nowadays. And you know, as we continue to progress in a digital age towards a digital age as human beings, it's allowed and opened the doors for some much better things to develop and flourish through those things. I mean, obviously with the good comes the bad, with the bad comes the good, but this is a good thing. This has allowed people from all over the world to really truly connect and build relationships and build bonds, and we've been able to help each other out, get through real life issues or financial issues or maybe even an argument, whatever the case may be. But it has opened the doors and allowed us to be able to do so much more as human beings than going door to door and asking people if they want to donate to a good cause. The digital age is scary, but it has opened a lot of doors and a lot of possibilities for anybody in the world to do some massive good with a little bit of hard work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you right now, this is going to probably come right down to the wire. We've got the front 4 runners, J-Set, Mischievous, Payman, and Lucas. Payman and Lucas have been battling it out, but also working together somewhat, and have now caught up with Mischievous.
Mischievous and Payman side by side there through turn number 2, both trying to hold the optimal line there.
They're 3 wide now, and Lucas comes up the inside. Wow.
Absolutely, and Payme and Mischievous are just going to roll it back in line here, and this group is broken free. I mean, this group is looking for a win here. So, and a big move there from Payme as he takes a massive look down the inside of Lucas there, and he's going to get the job done, move himself up into second place, and his slipstream is definitely playing a big factor here up in this group of 4. It's also allowing them to pull away from the rest of the pack chasing in behind. But this is what you would expect to see. You would expect to see a little separation between the pros, the pro-ams, and the ams, and that's exactly kind of what we're starting to see here. The strategies and all the factors starting to come into play, and that is why we're seeing a little bit of separation of the pack racing we're having here. But boy, it still is some great battling from each of these little groups of drivers here right now. But this front pack, Nolander could be right. We could be seeing a drag race to the finish line here again in race number 2.
Yeah, we'll see here. I think Payne is on pace to snag that fastest lap away from Jason. It's held it quite a while. A minute flat, 0.027. Sending it. Here comes Payne, and he does at 59.799.
No, just for the record, yeah. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Now, the time difference between forward and reverse is not really that much of a difference. It's not really enough to shake a stick at, so to speak. But without the slipstream boost, the strong boost on like we had in lobby number 1, a mid 59 to a low 59 really is the top end with this particular car combination on high speed rig here. So I mean, these drivers are right there on the ultimate edge of what this car can do without the assistance of strong boost.
Yeah, and Payne now opening up a bit of a gap, 2.6 seconds now on Jason holding down P2. Mischievous back up into P3 with Lucas right there all over her business.
Absolutely.
These three working together, even with the boost off. 3 cars are most certainly faster than one. If you want to keep up with Payme, y'all better be working together. I can tell you that.
We are seeing a time split coming down. With that being said, though, it was at 2.5 seconds there, and now it's back down to under 2 seconds. So very smart decision making by second, third, and fourth place and behind Payme here right now to realize that, all right, we can't let him get that far ahead. Hold on, we got to play nice. Let's go reel him back in, and then we can continue our battle.
Yep. Swap a position here, swap a position there, but then get back in line.
All right, so we got Cobra here still holding very strong in 5th place here right now. He's got Sheriff Doofy really starting to track down in behind here. 1.4 seconds is that gap. We got Tro and Kobe, our Pro-Am champion here, in behind, 5.8 seconds in behind Sheriff Doofy. And I am going to say, if Sheriff Doofy was here for the full championship season, he was going to be up in the top end of the standings in that conversation for a championship battle at the end of the season with Tro and Kobe, Fast Ginger, the Damn Cat, and Superman. So it's going to be interesting to see what Sheriff Doofy's going to have in a full championship season that he enters, because he's definitely got some good pace behind that controller of his.
Yeah, and Lucas showing his racing knowledge here, pushing JSET along, knowing that they're going to have to work together to try to catch Payme. And as he said, that time had dropped down to a 1.6 with a little tiny bit of battle swapping. It back up to a 1.8, but now it's dropping again because Lucas is working with JSET. Now I expect JSET to do the same thing. Stay in that slipstream, push him along if he can, make this a 3-way battle at the end. Mischievous has dropped off the back of the pack a little bit by 2.3 seconds, and without that strong boost, and yeah, she's gonna be playing hard to catch these guys for sure.
Absolutely. Payne's doing a good job of controlling the pace now. They were very quickly closing in. I think he realized that, and I think that he's kind of settled himself into this rhythm right now here around high speed ring, and doing a pretty good job of keeping about a 1 3/4 second gap over second and third place Lucas and JSET. So good pace management here so far from Payme in race number 2. Miss Davis is only 3.2 seconds in behind. She is definitely there in striking distance. It's going to be interesting to see if we're going to see pit stops made from drivers late in the race, and ultimately what the strategies are going to play out here. Things could very potentially change here yet in the race. So we've seen it quite a few times in the prototype championship. We think we're going to see it right down to the checkered flag. Everybody's good to go, and then and a couple of drivers make an unexpected pit stop to absolutely change the way that the race finishes. So it's not done by design. That's just the way racing goes. Sometimes we make miscalculations with fuel, tires, laps, wind, or degradation, weather, all wind, lots of factors can come into play with how your car wears down during an endurance race, and especially on such a hard banked setup track as High Speed Ring. It definitely does chew on the tires really, really hard. And we've been seeing that here as the race has been progressing, as we can see all that information, of course, on the screens in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And with just 4 minutes left remaining in the race, boy howdy, it is going to be work for Lucas to try to catch up to Payme. The time keeps dropping and then it goes back up. As we've seen many times before in races such as these, you'll have one driver who is slightly better than another driver in one section or portion of the racetrack, and then the other driver will do better in another section of the racetrack, and so that time you're seeing it drops and it goes up, and it's just a bouncing back and forth kind of a game. But as it stands now, 3.5 minutes left in this race, I'm going to say they have definitely got their hands full trying to catch Payme right now.
All right, so we speculated 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, something like that, here in this race left, that we would see our Pro-Am top 3 battling it out before the end of this race. I'm sitting here looking at 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th place. Sheriff Doofy has actually made his way around Tron Colby and up into 6th place and gotten free. Now, with that being said, Tron Colby, Superman, Fast Ginger, and if I'm not mistaken, nope, it is not TDC there. I thought it was TDC behind. But Superman, Tron Colby, and Fast Ginger are right there. Usual suspects, ready to battle it out right at the end of the race. So we suspected we'd see that Pro-Am battle really cinch up here before the end of the race, and it looks like they're not going to make liars out of us here tonight.
No, absolutely. They've been battling out throughout this race, throughout the first race. It was just absolute crazy fun insanity, and I absolutely did not expect anything less from these racers. All of them are top-notch and put on a great show for us. Lap 37 with 2 minutes 15 seconds remaining in the race, approximately 2 laps, possibly a third. We shall see if that clock runs out, but right now the story really is Lucas pulling away now from JSET, 2.8 seconds ahead of JSET and 1.9 seconds behind Payme. And he doesn't have a partner anymore. His partner kind of got left behind. He's on some seriously worn tires, and he's going to do all he can to just maintain that P3, which is an incredible feat with these guys and gals on track.
Absolutely. And we're just keying in on this Pro-Am battle here right now. We got Superman, Ginger, and Tron Colby here still fighting it out. Tron Colby still leading the charge of this 3-car pack here, but Fast Ginger has made his way around Superman there. That was a good 3-4 corner battle between the two drivers there, and Fast Ginger was finally able to edge out 8th position over Superman, but they are still all within striking distance of each other here as they come around for what will be one more lap, it looks like, here around High Speed Ring today.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't really see them getting another lap after this one. Yeah, 59 seconds, 0.799, the fastest lap on track by SV's Payme. 1.5 seconds in the lead of Lucas, who holds P2. Now 6-second gap over JSET. JSET really struggling on those medium tires there. Absolutely. I'm surprised there's a tire left on that car.
Absolutely, and 4th place driver Ten Tenths Simracing in much of the same boat here on her LMP1 Porsche there, but she has been on some pretty worn out tires for a few laps here down the racetrack, and it is showing because the 25.6 second gap that she had to teammate Dark Cobra in behind has dwindled down to 11.1 seconds.
Yeah, no two ways about it. She's been struggling on those tires for some time, and I didn't want to mention anything like that until we got there. However, we're looking at Payme. He is coming around the final corner here momentarily, and he is going to take this race win. But Lucas, 1.2 seconds behind him, almost manages to catch up to him.
Absolutely, and looks like we got a car in behind, just slowing down there, and just show us support right now. I think really, a lot of the drivers are probably going to take those photo op moments from this race here tonight to make their own social postings, and I'm sure make their own posts as well. The drivers love to do that, and we appreciate the drivers for that. So it's going to be misdevious to be the last driver here this season to take the checkered flag from the GT45 Prototype Challenge, as she comes across the line there in 4th place on some very hurting tires right now. So it is Pebe with the race 2 win. It's going to be Lucas in 2nd place, Jay Set in 3rd position, with 10 tenths misdevious right there in behind in 4th place. And not surprised to see that the pros were right there on the top end of the field. We have 10 tenths Dark Cobra in 5th place, and that is our AM champion coming in 5th place overall here in the race today. Very good run here from Dark Cobra. Sheriff Doofy at Pro-Am, one of our Pro-Am winners this season, coming in 6th place. Drone Kobe, our Pro-Am champion, in 7th place. Fast Ginger, our Pro-Am 3rd place finisher, finishing up there right in the mid-pack of the race here in 8th. We have RA Superman, our defending Pro-Am champion, moved up to Pro-Am this season in 9th place. Team Rad's TDC Gaming coming in 10th place, and boy did he give a charge for a 2nd place overall finish in Pro-Am this season to our Pro Champion THG's Drone Kobe. ATB coming in, our defending Pro-Am champion from last season, going into the Pro Division this season and having a pretty good performance for himself in his first Pro debut season. A scary guy for you too, having a great first race and having definitely a disconnection issue there in race number 2, and unfortunate to see him go, but definitely appreciate the support from our racers. And that was some good racing here from this racing group. So,
yeah, man, absolutely.
What happens next now, ladies and gentlemen? We did say we're going to allow the drivers to come in, have a chat with us if they choose to do so. That is in the podium interview room in the Prototype Championship section of the GT45 Discord server. They know where to find us if they choose to come and hang out with us. In the meantime, with that being said, Nolander is going to open up a open lobby for the community to run in the background while we have a chat with our competitors and just continue to talk a little bit more about some of the great moments, maybe some of our fond memories, hanging out with Paul Blomstrom and sharing stories like that. So congratulations to all our racers. Thank you for all the support all season long, and especially so much tonight. Tonight being probably the biggest thank you from our racers for support. And Nolander's just going to go get that open lobby set up for everybody while we talk with our racers. So it'll just be some sprint race setups. It's dealer's choice. So whatever Nolander feels that he's going to toss up there is what he's going to toss up there. And for the community that wants to do a little bit of racing to show their support, maybe you're grinding at the bit to get on track right now, Nolander's going to open up a lobby for the community to go and have some fun. We'll throw it up on the live stream here. And we'll continue to talk with our racers and talk a little bit more about what we probably should expect to happen over the next few days, few weeks here as we continue our efforts for the Blomstrom family. Thank you to everybody involved again. We made a lot of last minute changes and a lot of altering for today's championship race, for the All-Star race. Sorry, not championship race, the All-Star race. And the drivers just being the professionals they really truly are. They got in the loop. They asked the questions they needed to ask throughout the day. Everybody got on the same page and really performed well out there today. Had some great racing and just came out to show that great support. My eyes, oh dude, I feel you. Hashtag Paulie B, Cody B, I feel you, brother. This has probably been the longest amount of time that I haven't been crying today. So, thank you to the community and the stream for giving me a small amount of solitude myself today to give my emotions a break slightly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the lobby I'm opening up, anyone is free to join. I would ask that you come in, you race a couple, 2-3 races with us, and then you open up a spot for somebody else to come in so that we can try to get everybody, as many people as we can, involved. Let's do that, because I know that that is something that Paul would most certainly approve of.
Absolutely. And the next time you have a viewer come into your chat and ask for the Samba bus race, don't deny that viewer with the Samba bus race. Give him that Samba bus race, because I regret not giving the last Samba bus race offered to Paul Blomstrom. No, because I'm never going to hear that question come from him again. So I am going to say, chat, we got a streetcar event being designed in the background here. Once we're finished with our All-Star Challenge here tonight, I'm going to give my development team and the community some time to sit, settle, get together behind the scenes, and grieve in our own way, and remember in our own way, and then it'll be business as usual. We'll get a streetcar event figured out here, and in cooperation with, I'm sure, many of our sim racing communities here, I think that we can have some fun in the name of Paul AB with some streetcars, including those beautiful Samba buses that he always asks for. So tonight, though, really was just about having some fun, getting airtime, and making sure that everybody is up to date with what is happening with the Blomstrom family. If they didn't want us to know what was going on, they wouldn't have kept us in the loop of what's going on. We are the voices right now for them, so they don't have to be, so they don't have to continue to fight through that emotional roller coaster of repeating themselves over and over and over again to people that they don't necessarily know and are asking a lot of questions. So we're stepping in to try and help, again, just ease the pressures of the Blomstrom family with the fundraising efforts, keeping this to the public's eye the best that we can, and keeping it fresh in the public's eye as well. They definitely are trying to give us what information that they can, but again, I do ask the community to continue to pray for the family and continue to send good vibes and best wishes, and most importantly, 5 minutes every single day for the next 7 days minimum. Chat, I want to see that GoFundMe link rolling all over social media. Let's keep it alive. If we do not keep it in the public's eye, it will get forgotten about, and we will lose the momentum that we have on the GoFundMe fundraising for the family. So let's keep the momentum alive. Let's keep the fire lit, and let's keep this going until we know what they need. Once we know what they need and we have an overall goal, we can really fine-tune our efforts and get that goal met, so the family again can try to start to move forward and progress with their life. It's going to be different. It's going to be hard, but together they will persevere and make it through.
Absolutely. It's the best and the least that we can do for them, y'all. And so we ask you sincerely to do just that. Just keep it going. Just keep it going. Just at the very least, share it out. You know, as I said earlier at the beginning of this room, if people get tired of looking at it, well, that's just too bad. They can just not look at it then.
Absolutely.
Because for us, it ain't over until it's over. But for the Blomstrom family, it's only just begun. The hard times have really, you know, we can have no idea unless you've been in that situation. You really just don't have an idea of the trauma. As you stated earlier, this is going to be the most traumatic thing those young men, Paul's sons, will ever go through in their lives. And so we don't hold that lightly at all.
No, absolutely not. A father myself, I would expect nothing different. If it's a situation where my boy's losing me, you always hope that when that day finally does come, and unfortunately way too soon for some of us, that a support group, a network is there to help your loved ones get through and come out better at the end of it. And ultimately, that's all we're really trying to hope for Paul's wife and his two boys. The boys are only 11 and 8. It's a long road ahead of them yet for their mental health. It's going to be a tough road for them to understand. These are still very young children, and it's very hard for young children to understand like us as adults understand. And I think a large part of that has to do with just living life a little bit, having to make hard decisions and having to go through these hard things already, where a child is innocent. A child knows people, they see people, they have their heroes, they have their idols, and they cherish those people with 100% loyalty. And a father to boys is exactly that. and it is going to be a very tough road for them as they go through their junior high and high school years, and to try and stay focused and continue to stay on a very strong and forward path without their idol, their hero around. So it really is important that we continue to try to do everything we can so those boys have the best chance of success moving forward as they continue to try and figure out why this has happened and why this happens to other people, because it's very difficult to understand at such a young age and comprehend why their dad was just taken from them for no reason.
Yeah. I mean, why dad's not coming home? And that thought just, it tugs at the old heartstrings, man.
It's welled me up. It's welled me up.
Oh,
I'm a father myself. That is one of my worst fears. Is leaving my kids before they can fully understand what's happening. And my children are right around the same age as Paul's children, and I really do feel for Paul's wife, his brother, and his close family that are now gonna have a very tough road ahead, because kids ask tough questions, and they ask questions that parents are not necessarily prepared to answer sometimes. And this is one of those moments where I think some of this is going to happen. So it is going to be a very tough transition for the Blostrom family moving forward. And if they know that they have so much support, thousands and thousands of people behind them, loving them, caring for them, thinking of them, that's only going to make them stronger as a family unit to get through this.
absolutely. It cannot be overstated. The kind of support that is needed in times like these, even if they don't personally yet know it. You,
All right.
I'm not the type of person that necessarily believes in karma, but what I will say is that I am the type of person that believes that the good you could put out in this world will come back, and that includes for your family.
Absolutely.
That's not to say that bad things aren't going to happen, that tough times aren't going to come, because they are. But in those tough times, that support that you could give someone is undeniably the best thing that anybody could do.
Absolutely. And we have one of our drivers that just jumped into the booth here with us. So we have our AM division champion here that has jumped into the commentator's booth with myself and Nolander here to come and have a chat with us. So how you doing, Cobra? That was some pretty spicy racing out there tonight, especially in race number 1 there. And great performance there by yourself in race number 2, really putting some pressure on the pro drivers there, and showing those pro-ams what's up next season as we get ready to develop our next championship season. So, I mean, congratulations. It was an interesting season for you. You came in a brand new league racer in a very unfamiliar class of cars and come out an AM champion. I mean, talk us through your season. Did you ever see that coming?
No. I mean, that's the straight answer right there, is absolutely not. It has been and I'm getting all choked up for everything that's been transpiring, not just over the past week and whatnot, but over this entire season, and over with all of the changes that I've made and the improvements and the people that I've met in this community. I am so blessed, if you will, to be involved with such a dynamic and inclusive organization as this community is, as TT is, as GT45 Gaming is. I feel so much love from everybody, welcome and joy and happiness and fun. It is just a fabulous place to be, and I am so glad that I was able to make it this evening to race for Paul. Never met him. I don't even think that I've ever raced against him, but I know just from the conversations that I've heard from guys, the conversations that I've heard on Discord and through everybody, he was a fantastic person. somebody that I would have truly enjoyed getting to know, and we're definitely going to miss him. So he has definitely left a mark throughout the community, and I'm happy to race for him today, and hopefully we can continue on and make him proud as he looks down on us, and we continue this crazy game of simulated racing and enjoy the fun times together.
Absolutely, and pretty well answered, I think. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, again, you came in, you qualified in the AM division. We decided to test you out in the Pro Am division for the first couple of races. Nolander, I'm going to continue just pressing through here. You go ahead and enjoy yourself, my guy.
Okay.
And then went down to the AM division, and then you got together with some of the community drivers, some of the competitors that you were racing with, some of the Pro Am and Pro drivers, and you started getting some good seat time. You started taking information, you started taking tips and advice and all that great stuff, and find yourself to be an AM champion. So, I mean, is that what you expected to get out of league racing? What was it that you expected when you came into league racing? We know you're a new league racer. It's unfamiliar territory, and every racer that comes in for the first time always has some kind of fear or thought that they're dwelling on before the season starts. What was that for you?
My fear was like causing the big one. that was my fear. I had no experience in the LMP cars. All the credit goes to Jakey to put me behind the seat or put me in the seat behind the wheel. And try this crazy thing that we all enjoy the heck out of. The credit goes to him for pushing me to join the league in the first place. The credit goes to, I've improved and I've gotten better, and I am so much more confident in all of my racing now than I've been before. All of the credit, however, goes to you, goes to Miss D, goes to JSET, goes to Lucas. It goes to the community, because the community as a whole, it doesn't matter if you're TT or if you're Racing Asylum or whatever tags you have in front of your name. Everybody enjoys everyone's company and wants to see each other improve. And it has been such a joy to race with everyone in the Pro Am and the AM division, and be where I'm at today. It fills me with just a happiness and a joy that I did not think that I would feel within. I mean, a game. I mean, overall, it's a game, and this is what we do. We just enjoy, going out and playing for fun and having a good time. And I never thought I would listen to a esports racing, race. And here I am enjoying the heck out of your commentary. And now you got Nolander in the booth, and man, keep him in the booth. You two are going off at each other all night long and laughing while I'm racing. It's just a joy. It's fun. It brings so much more to the game as a whole that it makes it that much more enjoyable.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's one thing to come into a championship season, have a good result, but not very often do we see an extra race out of it in an all-star fashion. Now, this is something that we've done in the past with other organizations, and it really the drivers enjoyed it. We get to reward our drivers that had a really fantastic season in a sense, and a few others, and we get to go out and we get to have a lot of fun. But the high-speed rig, obviously, there's issues with the racetrack, and it's the reason why it is a competitively banned racetrack at GT45 Gaming, because it completes some logistical issues mainly. But You know, the racers tonight, we decided to throw it on track. It was one of those rare moments we don't get to race it. It is a fun track. It is a great track. It's a small, little, tidy track, but it is an absolute fun track to race on. So, you know, when you guys found out that we were going to take that 20-minute sprint race, we were going to take away your normal race settings, and we were just going to absolutely let you guys and gals send it with strong boost on. What went through your mind?
Oh no! it was with the boost on. I mean, you saw it. It was tight. It was close, and I don't remember what lap it was. We were going into a turn, and Miss D broke, and I broke too late. I should have expected it. I didn't, and I punted her, and I ended up going. You know, I was waiting for her, and she passed me, and so I ended up in last. But then with that strong boost, it was just insane because we were back with the group in about a lap and a half. That race was so much fun, and I mean, we were having such a great time just racing, and you know, and everybody just had a blast, just, you know, even rubbing and bumping. You know, if someone saw sparks coming off a car against the wall, you know, we were joking about it, telling them they were wall riding and whatever. It was a blast. That was one of the funnest races of the season overall, just to have everybody in the same room. You know, just not necessarily competing, but just going out to enjoy our victory laps, if you will.
Absolutely. I was like, oh, I don't have audio. There we go. Now everybody can hear me. Absolutely. And I mean, it was fun in the booth. I mean, really all I tried to do was just kind of let the TV production crew really just try to capture the whole field the best they could, because we couldn't keep up. I mean, first place was swapping positions every other corner. The mid-pack was changing around like it was a fashionista war or something. I mean, it was a lot of fun, good, hard, door-to-door, you know, tire-to-tire rubbage race. And you know, sometimes those hard fun races like that are really good. We're in a tough moment in the community here at the page, especially with losing such a great friend. You know, sometimes that good kickback, that little bit of laughter, and that little bit of over aggressive nature really helps kind of ease the tension and ease the pressure up a little bit, and allows us to continue to refocus ourselves and get back at the task at hand. And I definitely think that was the case. So, you know, that was kind of the intention with turning on the boosting and you know, with being so much heavy weight on what we're doing right now, with trying to help the Blomstrom family, that you know, emotions are high in our drivers, our community, and everything around it right now. So I really feel like that really eased the tension. I know it eased the tension in the booth. I think with me and Nolander, we were really concerned about trying to keep our emotions together here today for the stream, to be strong for the Blomstrom family, but also our community. I really feel like that race really helped kind of do that. I mean, is that the case? You know, after that race, everybody was probably laughing, giggling, screaming at each other. It was probably pretty chaotic in that chat, if I had to guess. So was that kind of what happened? It kind of set the mood for race number 2 in a sense?
It definitely set the mood for race number 2. We knew, and I think everybody knew, especially on the lap, you know, the fun that we were having, the laughter and the smiles and everything that was going on. You know, it was for Paul, and it was for that family that they're going on. And you know, I know each racer in that second race wanted to make it the best race that they could, cleanest that they could, you know, to go out on a high, you know, for Paul, for everyone, for family, for both of you and Nolander. You know, a bunch of us had the YouTube chat open and the YouTube channel open. We could hear you guys, and it was just like I said, even that second race, even though it was more competitive, you know, you had to pit and strategy and all that good stuff behind it. There was a lot of significance with it, and then the ability to go out there and compete the way we did, and show the community what we have to offer the community as a whole, and the support that we can give a family during a tough time and all that. So it was definitely one of the finest moments of not just my simulation career, but life as a whole. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do something as small as it is. Did I lose you there?
Yeah, he may have either muted himself or he's been kind of having issues with his mic and PC overheating. But certainly want to say thank you for all of your kind words, man. Thank you for being a part of it. Definitely congratulations again on your incredible season, man. Fantastic to see an AM driver coming in here and racing with these big dogs like you did in that first race, man. That was absolutely incredible to see. I want to say thank you for all the hard work that you put in getting better, and keep after it, man. You sky's the limit, buddy.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. That really means a lot to me. I'm 54, man. I play this game for fun and enjoy the heck out of it. I have come into a much larger community than I thought there was. And I cannot thank everybody enough for, just welcoming me with open arms and, dealing with an old guy behind the wheel. So I really appreciate that, Nolander. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's what this community is all about, man. We love to see people grow, and we love to see people having fun, man. And if you have the heart to go further than just having fun, well, we fully support that as well, because it can be an incredible journey and a long journey.
Hey, give me a real car, man. I'm going.
Give me a real car.
Let's go.
I'm with you on that one.
I'm 54, but I'll still race Lewis Hamilton. Come on.
Absolutely. And I mean, any final remarks, Cobra? I mean, long season, long road to the All-Star race, and now we wait to see what comes next. Anything you want to add to the season, or anything you just want to add in general here today?
Long season, yeah. Like take a breath and relax a little bit, and see what's next and start working on that. I've got a new full set of friends. I got a new family. I've got a new mindset as far as practice and getting ready for the next race and series, and what car is going to be next and everything of that nature. Thank you to the community. Thank you to the viewers. Thank you to you, GT45 Gaming, Nolander. Thank you to TT, my new family. My newfound home is absolutely amazing, and I could not ask for anything more. I'm extremely happy and looking forward to the future.
Absolutely. Well, Ten Tenths is definitely very proud to have you on board, be a part of the great family, and so is the community as a whole. And we definitely can't wait to see what you're going to have in upcoming championship series. We know that you're going to be competing in a GT3 championship here over at our sister community, the GTRC, upcoming here in a few weeks' time. So we look forward to see what kind of pressure you're going to put on the racing community over there as well. But we're all old guys, just for the record. That's why you fit in so well in this community. And, that's what makes it so much fun, because we're all kind of slow.
Yeah. No. We're slow in life. We're not slow on the track. There you go.
Absolutely. And I mean, thank you for your support today. And again, just, jumping on board with all the quick adaptive changes that have been happening over the last couple of days. And just thank you for being a great competitor and showing great support out there throughout the season. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Thank you very much, and stay winning.
Hey, cheers. You stole my catch line, chat. Are we going to allow that? I think we can allow that. I think we can allow that.
I think we'll have to allow it just this once at least.
Maybe just this one.
All right, ladies
All
and
right,
gentlemen.
fellas.
Cheers, Cobra. We appreciate you, my guy.
Thanks
Now I
for
gotta
coming in
fit.
and chatting
Now,
with us, man.
yeah, man. Now I gotta figure out how to get off the PlayStation one because I'm on the PlayStation one. And
Okay.
oh, I know.
There we go. Oh.
It's pretty great. It works well.
Indeed. Well, very well said from
There we
Dark
go.
Cobra there, and certainly fantastic to have a newcomer along like that. That really obviously is put in the effort, and certainly nice to have some aged gentlemen getting in the world of sim racing. There are a few of us.
Well, as a matter of fact, a little fun fact here, I guess, is actually co-owner of Ten Tenths Simracing just jumped into the booth here. But a large part of Ten Tenths Simracing team here in the community, the community team that we just developed here through GT45 Gaming, is actually up in the older age range. A lot of us are 40 plus. Years old for the most part as racers over there at Ten Tenths. So we're definitely a seasoned group of racers over on my neck of the woods, that's for sure. But we definitely have an absolute legend herself here in her own rights in the booth here with us today. And I mean, Ten Tenths Mischievous not only shows great performance on the racetrack each season, but shows an amazing performance off the track as well each championship season. Ten Tenths Mischievous is one of the very key components to why the visuals on our live streams look so great. Our top 3 poster finishes that we had on our streams tonight to recognize our overall finishers this season were made by Mischievous. All of our track maps that we see every single broadcast here at GT45 Gaming for the last year plus has been provided to us and research done by Ten Tenths Mischievous. She really is an all-star key member to the GT45 Gaming page, community, and Ten Tenths Simracing as well as co-owners. So it's really great to have you in here with us today. And she was our only female racer here this season as well on track. So she really pushed it hard like she does every season to really try to give her best out there. And as usual, Mischievous looking great out there on the racetrack. So congratulations on a really hard-fought season. And thank you for being here tonight to show so much great support.
Oh, thank you. Unfortunately, I never got to meet Paul, but from everything I heard, that is definitely my loss. I just hope that he's now in a better place and sitting on the track wall of every racetrack out there, watching every race. So.
I would assume he's going to be the guy that's telling the chief engineer to make his driver go faster while he's sitting on pit wall, but that would just be the way Paul is for sure. But we really do appreciate the kind words. And I mean, you started off this season. It was a tough season start for you, and obviously, a lot of your focus is on what's going on in with these championships and behind the scenes, and sometimes obviously that. Extra effort and love that you give to our championships and the page as a whole tends to take a little bit of time away from preparing for your competitive racing as well. And a little bit of a tough start to the season, but you did what you always seem to do every season. And midway point to the season comes around, you looked at the numbers, you did the math, you came up with a plan, and you pushed hard, and you find yourself sitting in 3rd place overall this season in the pro division. So did you expect that was going to be the end result when you started this season? And are you happy with how the season went overall for yourself this season?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that I end up doing in the background. It does take time away from practice, but the page needs it, the broadcast needs the visuals. It is what it is, but it definitely stifles my practice time at times. As a result, I end up doing a crash course. Get an idea of what the car is capable of. Initially, ask my team for some input. What have they noticed? Do they have any ideas or advice? And then once I get that, I'll take that and incorporate that. That's definitely helped with my learning curve. But it seems like you're absolutely right every way. Halfway through the season, I end up getting a second wind, as it were, and as a result, end up making my way up, climbing the field. However, in this particular season, I wasn't really expecting that. Not with the likes of Payme, Lucas, Jakey. And there are a couple others as well. J-Set's definitely come a long way. He's absolutely a contender, and he showed it tonight. He beat me in both races. So, I mean, he's definitely fast as hell. So, it's definitely one of those things where I got to put in time to make sure that I have enough practice and I know what I'm doing, especially in the VR. I need to find out exactly where all the blind spots are and keep an eye out for those. But this season, yeah, it was. I wasn't expecting third. I'll take it. But I wasn't expecting third. At best, I was thinking I was going to be mid-pack.
And here we are when all the dust settles with 205 points and a third place overall finish, and not too far behind said teammate Ten Tenths J-Set. So, Ten Tenths J-Set has been a part of the team for almost a year now, I guess. Almost since the beginning, since we've been around here now. We're almost a year old at this point here at TT. From the start of his racing career to where he is now, what do we think we can expect to see out of TT's J-Set in the future?
That's a great question. I actually expect J-Set to get faster. He's obviously shown that he's smooth and well aware of what's going on around him about 95% of the time. He's great. He's lighthearted most of the time, and full of laughter, which is awesome. Even when he's out on the racetrack and we're practicing. You wouldn't think he's taking it seriously by all the laughing and what's going on and whatnot, but he is. He's taking it all in, as it were. I only expect him to get faster, to be honest. Even in this race here, he was pretty much challenging Lucas, which I've only been able to do in rare occasions. But he's definitely fast. I would definitely say he's faster than me at this point. And I don't see him getting faster, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't think we'll probably see J-Set come into chat. He's not the biggest fan of podium interviews. They make him quite nervous and uncomfortable for the most part, but he always does a great job when he does come into chat. So, we just want to touch base on J-Set for his second place finish, because I don't anticipate we're going to see J-Set in podium interviews here tonight. I could be wrong, and now that he's heard that, he may just come in to do it to prove me wrong, because again, that's the type of guy that J-Set is. You say you didn't have a chance to, unfortunately, spend time and have some moments with Paul, and that's all right, because when we think about Paul, J-Set fits really that personality style and that infectious. You can never leave the chat with J-Set around either without smiling. It is a good way to put it. So J-Set in a sense kind of reminds me of that infectious personality of Paul. So if that helps you put into perspective a little bit how Paul B was, he reminds me a lot of J-Set and how J-Set's personality and just zest for life no matter what's going on around him is. But all things aside, it's a tough position, being an administrator, being a graphic designer, being a racer, also, being a real life worker. You've got family at home yourself as well. How do you balance all of that, I guess, and continue to still find success for yourself in your racing with everything that you've got going on? I mean, it's a delicate balance, and I know that our women compatriots are very good at multitasking and planning things. Is that really what it comes down to? Is just being organized, being very prompt on your time, and making sure that you take full advantage of your time to get everything that you're trying to do done? And I mean, what do you need in the future for your racing? Do you need more time? What are those types of things that you need, so we can also make sure that you're out there still continuing to have fun on the racetrack yourself as well?
Well, it's definitely time organization and time planning, without a shadow of a doubt. That's exactly what it is. Planning that I have an hour to take care of this, or at least to work on this, and that's what I'm doing. If I find that finding myself falling behind, I'll sacrifice time elsewhere, usually at the cost of sleep, to take care of the things I need to take care of. Nothing serious. We're talking like an hour tops altogether. Um, just enough to make me groggy the next day, but that's what an extra cup of coffee's for, in my opinion. But after that though, what would help? Running tracks that we already have track maps for would be great.
I would
Although
think that's
it
a
would
fair
get boring.
statement. I would think that's a fair statement, hey, chat?
Yes. But it would get boring after a while. I mean, I know we weren't planning on running high-speed ring, let alone running it both ways. So I had to quickly knock that out as well. But I'm glad to see that no one actually utilized the, I don't want to call it a glitch, but the lack of foresight by PD for turn 2.
Yes.
But you know, putting those track maps together in short order and getting that out to you ASAP, having them looked over before they actually go out. I enjoy doing the track maps. I really do. Coming up with the names for the turns, the research. I learn something new every time I make a track map. Something new every time. But I would think that the
Cheers,
community would
hockey.
get bored of running the same tracks over and over again. So, I mean, I'll keep finding the time if necessary. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Absolutely, and I mean, obviously, we continue to try to add pieces in behind the scenes here at Nolander and GT45 Gaming to continue to try to ease the amount that each great volunteer or support member behind us is taking on. So we will always continue to try to do that, ease the pressure and tasks that each person is taking on for the cause and the sake of what we're doing here. But you know, the championship racing, you know, this is the first championship coming from GT45 Gaming. There was a lot of question marks, there's a lot of concerns, there's a lot of things that get wrapped around the very first time you do something. You know, you were an integral part of the setup of the Prototype Championship Series this season, as well as helping come up with our the rules that we race under here at GT45 Gaming over the last couple of seasons, and of course the visual references on the stream. Lots of that coming from Miss Devious here as well. I mean, how do you feel the championship overall went this season, all things considered, and all the parts that are involved with getting something like this going forward and staying moving forward?
Well, having done some other league races before, I had a rough idea of what we were actually getting into. Some of the series that we've run here at GT45 Gaming had a really good idea as to what the moving parts are, what we need to keep an eye on, that kind of thing. But in this particular series, all new territory, all of it's on us, all the ground rules are us. The idea is all us. Everything is just our ideas and our reputation on the line. There were a couple of hiccups, which I'm sure will get ironed out for the next one, and a couple of issues that need to be introduced into the OLR, I think. But overall, I'm very happy with how the series unfolded, how everything went down, how everyone played nice. I don't think it could have gone any better. I think if it did, then I think that the drivers aren't really trying very hard. Most drivers end up trying to find every little advantage they can, scrutinize the rule book and look through and find out what they can and cannot do. Oh, you didn't mention this. Oh, I'm going to exploit that. And, you know, fair game. I mean, it happens all the time. It happens in real life every day. So, not really surprised there. That's one reason why our rulebook is so thick. Although I have seen thicker. But overall, though, I'm quite happy with the series. what more can I say?
Absolutely, and I know that there is definitely some question marks on whether or not we're going to see a season 2 coming from prototypes, and that is something that we will most certainly be looking at and considering down the road in future championships. But the development team is taking a slightly different route here for our next championship. We're going to go back to just some classic GT7 racing. We're going to jump in some GT class racing cars, and that's kind of the direction that we are moving with the next championship. And business as usual here at GT45 Gaming, and the LMP Championship was really a big risk in a sense. There's a lot of stigma around prototypes, Super Formula cars, Group 2 cars, anything that is really considered high downforce in Gran Turismo 7. And the stigma and the argument really always is that it doesn't provide close enough racing for it to provide a visually stimulating race for the viewers. And I think that between the LMP1 Prototype Championship and, of course, running right before that over at our sister community, GTRC, they ran that GR2 series. And between the two series, I really hope that we've shown the racing community and proven to the racing community that that is not the case. You can have great close racing in these high downforce cars with a little bit of work, a little bit of lobby adjustment settings, and of course a lot of hard work from the racing community to make sure that they're racing and providing the skill available to them to be able to handle the cars in 2x2 and 3x3 situations, which we've seen plenty of this season in the Prototype Championship, not just from our top division, but also from our second division as well. There was 10 races that I can think of for sure that had photo finishes in them, and we had some incredible recovery drives throughout the season. So, I mean, all things said, all in all said and done, I feel in agreement. I think we had some hiccups. We had a few moments in behind the scenes where a few mistakes were made, but I think overall that the racing community, the racers, responded very well to the prototypes, and I think that all parties involved behind the scenes, like Miss Devious and many other of our great community members here at GT45 Gaming, took a part of, should be very proud of themselves, because it was a very, very fun series. More GR1, says Dylan. More GR1, says Dylan. I mean, Nolan, you had to race Miss Devious. I mean, you're a pro right there with her, battling beside her in some of those races. You and Miss Devious had some good spicy battles at points in time. I mean, anything you want to ask Miss Devious or add, I guess, to that?
Well, I definitely want to say it's always an absolute pleasure to be on track with Misty. And I also want to add to what Tim said about your helping. And I want you to know that obviously, from Tim how greatly he is appreciative of all of your hard work. But I want you to know that there's a whole other side of that too, and there's an entire community that is very grateful for all of your hard work. So just to let you know.
I appreciate that. A lot of the drivers, whether it be in Discord or on PSN, don't say anything, which I wouldn't really expect. I would expect Ghost to hear the comments, whether they be good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. Doesn't really matter. I would expect Ghost to hear them. And then Ghost keeps telling me, oh, they love this, they love that. Oh, this was a big old hit. Oh, you did this. Oh, they're going to love this. Oh, my goodness. And yet I really don't see that. Not until I started posting the driver write-ups, the driver of the day. Then I started seeing the appreciation. But that wasn't why I created the track maps or even the write-ups. It was just, it needs that. The broadcast needs those to help fill, whether it be dead time or an issue that happens to be on track. Red flag gets called. We need something as a screen break to show over what's going on instead. So those are little bits of eye candy are great for that. The viewers would much rather see the track map along with the little tips on how to drive it, rather than seeing Ghost, for example, reset up the room because somebody can't join the room. It just became something out of necessity. It needs to be done, and I went ahead and took care of it. But thank you.
Yes.
I do appreciate the fact that people love them. Thank you.
Yeah, you're most welcome, and certainly that is some spicy eye candy with those track maps that you do, and that's a lot of hard work, and it's certainly appreciated. I can say for sure that I know that people do certainly enjoy them, and as well as yourself, like you had mentioned earlier, that you learn something every time you do it. The viewers are and the racers themselves, myself included, are learning from those. So thank you for that. That's great, and for everything else you do too. It's much appreciated.
Welcome. Those notes that are on each and every track map,
Yeah,
they're just little tips to be aware of. Uh, for example, the hill crests here, so the car's going to get light. Thus, you're not going to have as much grip. It's going to be true no matter what car you're driving, unless it happens to be, a high downforce car. Um, not telling you exactly how to drive the car, or what's the best way to be fast, or anything like that. Just helpful tips for those that necessarily don't know what's going on. It's a very general idea of what you need to be aware of on any given track. As for learning each and something new every time I go to do it, usually it's the tracks when I'm doing the research for the tracks, like a high speed ring, for example. That lake actually exists, as far as where it's placed, but nothing else there does. Um, just interesting fact.
very cool. Yeah, yeah, interesting indeed.
Absolutely, and I mean, you came into the community through the stream, through the broadcast, quite a few seasons ago now. It seems like over at the GTRC for the Spec Miatas. Did you imagine that 2 years later, give or take, that you're going to be as deeply involved and in the position you're in a sim racing community, putting on championships and co-owning a sim racing team now? I guess at this point as well.
Um, no, actually, I didn't. When I first came across your broadcast of the GTRC's Spec Miata race, I was just looking for a group of people to race with. Was rather sad that the Spec Miata was a very short series, and basically I missed it. Uh, but love the GTRC. Uh, Found out that they needed a new logo, which I'm not going to get into the reasons why. Uh, Threw my hat in the ring, and my logo won. Um, so I had to make decals for them and get that all situated and ready to go. Um, After that, I think you asked me to be an admin for GT45, at which point then, uh, just little ideas here and there to help you with your broadcast. Uh, just things that I had noticed, you know, maybe instead of doing this, try this, this, and this, or maybe have this ready just in case. Just little things, nothing major. And the next thing I know, okay, well, oh, hey, I threw together this out of the pure love of it, and oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Devious. Uh, what else you got? What else can you do? uh, so I didn't think that was going to be the case, but that's all part and parcel to the community itself. Um, when the community feels like they appreciate what you do, of course you're willing to give to the community. Um, just like the track maps. Every single one of them is brandished with your watermark in the back, the GT45 Gaming logo, the new one, as well as my signature at the bottom left, or sorry, bottom right. Um, but those are yours from here on in. You can use them however you see fit. Um, and that's because I appreciate everything that you do in the broadcast, putting this all together, taking care of the race series, coming up with ideas, brainstorming, and then working through the brainstorm, making it concrete, moving on. Absolutely love that about what you do, Ghost. We couldn't race without you. Um, Thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Well, thank you for the kind words, and the community means a lot to Noah and myself and every other one of our amazing content creators within this community, especially our close, tight-knit group, our Ghost Viper Gamings, our Miller Time Gamings, our It's Cody B Gaming, and everybody in between. There's so many of us out there that put our content out there and continue to try and push how great the sim racing community really is. And I really got to ultimately, at the end of the day, thank the overall sim racing community, because I wouldn't be willing to do what I do if it wasn't for how great this community really is. And over the last 10 days especially, this community has stepped up bigger, badder, and faster than I have ever seen them step up, and in a way that I never ever expected. And it just never ceases to amaze me. And it's for those reasons that the fire for what GT45 Gaming does and tries to continue to do is there. That's why it keeps burning, and it's burning really bright right now, ladies and gentlemen, because of you guys and gals at home, our racers in the Discord servers, and just our general fans that reach out to us and like to hang out and chat with us once in a while. All those things combined, this community is a really great community. This community is making a massive difference in this world, whether you all realize it or not. This community in the last 4 years has raised almost 100,000 USD dollars for various fundraisers for charities, cancer research, random people that don't even hang out in this community just because they had a story and they needed our help. And now with Paul and the Blomstrom family, you all deserve a huge shout out yourselves, a huge pat on the back yourselves, because every time that I ask for you guys to go above and beyond for somebody else, you don't hesitate, you don't think. You stop what you're doing, you put aside your real life for those 3, 4, 10 minutes you need to take care of what I've asked, and you do it for us. And I can't thank you all enough for that. And that's the reason why we will continue to do what we do. And we'll continue to try and push forward and help the Boston family and more of our families as we continue to move forward in the page. And it's because of great volunteers like Miss Devious, Fast Ginger, my whole administration staff behind me, Lucas, Jakey, Bandit. Paul Blomstrom was a member of our community and our admin team for a little while. He got very busy with life and wasn't able to continue that service, and we respected that. And you know, but he was always there. He was always showing us our support. The sim racing community, there's no video game community out there. I've been a part of a few. I've seen moments like this in other communities. I've seen the responses in other moments like this in communities. And the one thing that stays true and constant is there's lots of people out there that are always able to help in a financial way, because some people are better off than others, and that's the whole point why we do it. But the most important thing is that the community gets together and shows support and does something bigger. And the sim racing community does it bigger and faster than any other community I've been a part of so far, so really I do thank you all for that. And we're going to have more stuff moving forward towards the Blomstrom family and the fundraising efforts as we continue to move forward, but I can't do this without the team behind me, Miss Devious and a bunch of those names, and also other communities like No Lander Gaming and his great admin team behind the scenes. You know, we're working together right now. We've got a lot of collaboration stuff coming up between the two of us for a bigger purpose, obviously, with our fundraising efforts as well. But there's a lot going on, and at the end of the day, whether you're streamer and streamer, community and community, we're all friends, we're all family, we all bleed the same color, and we all have the same purpose at the end of the day. And that's just to have fun, get together, and try to help each other get through life a little bit easier. Bless Paul's heart and family in the game chat. We appreciate that. I'm not sure which driver said that, but we definitely appreciate that.
That was Mr. Ghost Viper Gaming. Thank you to the man that brought many of us together. And thank you for liking and coming in, my friend. Thanks for coming and joining us in racing as well. Wow, yeah, it's crazy to think of myself, where I started, how this all began, and how to be well honest, if it wasn't for Ghost Viper Gaming, I would have never met Paul. And here's how. I began to start watching streamers about 4 years ago. Mr. Ghost Viper Gaming was the very first streamer that I came across that was streaming sim racing, and I don't believe I missed a stream for a very long time. In fact, I've missed very few of his streams. Even if I'm streaming, I'll still tune into his stream whilst I'm streaming. I got just playing on the phone in the background, and I'm chatting it up with him. And he just one day asked me, well, when are you going to get on track with us? And I'm like, well, how much is the game? And they told me, I think it was $20. This was back in the GT Sport days. And so I bought the game. I started racing with them on controller, and believe you me, I was as slow as a turtle in a peanut butter puddle. I'm not kidding. And all of the guys, many of which we still race with, were there. They were supportive. They knew that I had just begun. And mind you, I did every single one of the driving tests with gold on them all. I completed every single one of the tracks, time trials, with gold on every one of them, including Nürburgring 24-hour, before I ever got online and did a single race. And those guys were just blowing me out of the water. Well, they all encouraged me, and well, needless to say, the very next thing was I got to see how Mr. Ghost Viper was making a difference in people's lives, and lifting them up when they were down, and I love that, and it's the greatest thing that I love about Ghost Viper, man. That man has an infectious smile as well. You can't help but to smile when he does. And so, you know, kind of just went from there, and I started streaming very, very simply from my phone. And it just... And Paulie B was one of my very, very first supporters of the page. He was an admin on my page. He had all rights and privileges to do whatever he wanted to do with the page. Our friendship grew very, very quickly. And he was a very dear and trusted friend. And so thanks, Ghost Viper, for all of that, because I was privileged enough to meet a very, very special man, and Mr. Paul Blanc. He was, as his brother put, very adequately and appropriately larger than life. And I couldn't agree more with that statement. He was definitely a one in a million soul on this planet, and an absolute blessing to have known him. So, yeah.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. I mean, you know, it's tough to lose a friend, a loved one, a family member, whatever the situation may be at that time in that situation. But the best thing to do is to remember the good times, remember the stories, just like Nolander told. And I think we're going to probably hear a lot more of those stories over the next days, weeks, especially at our servers and chats, as we continue to talk about it and find, I guess, comfort and closure in our own ways, to say goodbye in our own ways to Paul, and of course show support for the family. So, you know, just rely on each other, lean on each other, and remember we're together in this. And you know, if you're feeling sad, somebody else is right there with you feeling sad, and it's okay to feel sad. It's okay to be mad. It's okay to have all kinds of emotions when you lose a friend or a family member. But remember, it's always about the good memories, and the memories are what keeps that person alive at the end of the day. They're up there, they're always watching over us, they're a part of us. They're, you know, especially for his beautiful wife and those amazing 2 young boys that he's got, that he's left behind. I want you 3 to especially know this. This was told to me when I lost a very important person in my life many, many years ago. And, you know, a good friend of mine came up to me who's gone through some of this stuff before I went through it, and the biggest piece of advice he gave me was the memory will keep somebody alive forever, because they're always with you, they're always a piece of you, and they will always see your greatest and worst moments and always support you no matter what is happening to you in your lifetime. And it's very true. And hold on to that, because it's true. Dad will always be with your first kiss, your first sports win, your first broken leg, whatever the case may be. He will always be there with you, holding your hand until the day that you finally get to go see him in person again. So hang on to those memories and hang on to those great moments, because that's what keeps his spirit alive.
Well said, my friend. Well said. Yeah, it's really important for the healing process as well, to remember the good times, celebrate those times still. Of course, there's the mourning process that is very important as well. Not to discredit that at all, because it's a process that you must go through. And man, boy, how do I feel for you on that one. Ooh. Just know that y'all are not alone. As I've said in a personal message to Blake, Paul's brother, if there's anybody, and their mom as well, if anybody needs someone to talk to, needs someone to pray for them personally, to just listen, that I will make myself available at any time, day or night, because I know for certain that Paul would have done the same for me.
And Nolander was crashing while he was saying that, just for the record. That was the noise we heard of his wheel trying to kill him. So you can see Nolander's up in Paul's very preferred choice of Group 3 car here, that Peugeot RCZ. just to keep all our critics at bay here for the day. And this was a livery that Nolander had made for Paul, so he's out there displaying that here today. And you know, it's tough moments, and I know this is not ideal streaming content necessarily for the excitement factor. It's heavy, it's sad. We've had some great fun here along the way today too as well, but it's important that we keep the awareness out there, and you know, a part of our closure is just making sure that the community has all the information that we have and knows the same things that we know, so we can continue to help support each other in the right fashions, in the right directions. So again, you know, I do encourage every day, take 5 minutes out of your day, take that GoFundMe link and just share it everywhere you can. If you're pissing people off, we don't care. I don't care. I'm doing it every day, twice a day sometimes. You know, if you think it's going to go somewhere that it's going to help, people are going to see it. People that may go and financially be able to throw a little extra cash, whether it be $5, $1, or $100, it doesn't really matter how much it is. Every penny helps and every penny matters. So again, we're just trying to continue to help the family not have the financial pressure of having to lay to rest a loved one. There's medical bills involved. There's now going to be final expenses involved, unfortunately and sadly, and we're just going to continue to try and help the family get as much of that or all of it, if that's what it takes, to ensure that they can focus on each other and just, again, continuing to push each other forward. It is summertime, so there's some time for the family to really get and have that bonding time and try to sort through this, you know. So there's some small advantages, if you want to call it that, I guess, because the family it's summertime, the kids aren't in school, and that means that a lot of the focus can really go on helping each other heal and grow and try to figure out what the next step for each other is. So if we can continue to ease that burden in the fundraising side of things, to give them that time they need to figure out what the next step is. I mean, right now it's what's the next step. Then we're taking one of the biggest burdens in life off their shoulders, so they can really have a great chance at succeeding in getting to that next step, whatever that next step for the Blomstrom family may be.
Yeah, no, for sure. The family being close to one another right now is of all importance, and I know that they will be. And for us to be able to provide any kind of help, easing their burden, then I want to do all I can for them. We all have our own lives and whatnot to deal with, and there's not a person out there that tragedy hasn't touched in life. So in some sense of that matter, we can all not know, not fully understand, but can somewhat relate. And so in that, to put it very simply, like the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. So love on this family and take that 5 minutes a day, 2 minutes if it takes you that, and just share it out. And because I can promise it will go a long way. And certainly have the appreciation of myself, GT45 Gaming, my community, his community, and the Blomstrom family, and just all of his family and friends, and the lives that he's touched throughout the world, each and every one of them. It'll be some small blessing to them as well, and like I said earlier, that's the least that we can do.
Absolutely. I won't rest until I know that the family is okay. Myself personally, I'm in it for the long haul here, and I don't doubt for a second that my community that stands behind me as a creator will be there for the whole duration of that long haul as well. But the important thing is, remember, just love each other. Don't take anything for granted.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of us sitting here thinking about that, and we're thinking about Paul, and meanwhile, down the hall and behind those two closed doors are maybe our own children, maybe our significant other, maybe our parents, maybe a relative, a loved one, a close friend. Don't take that for granted, because for some, tomorrow never comes.
That's a fact. I would also encourage, on that note, that anyone who has a relationship that has suffered with family or friends, relationship is on the rocks, reach out to them. It doesn't matter. Just tell them you love them. Because as many like to say, and it's so very true, tomorrow is never promised, y'all. We never know when it's our time to go. You never know. Life is but a blink of an eye.
Absolutely.
You can't waste another moment to reach out and try to mend relationships. It doesn't matter what they've done. And of course, so many of y'all know, my beliefs, and I would always come back to what the Bible says, and so in that, you can't. Love is patient, love is kind, and many other wonderful things, right? So, and we are called to honor our mother and father, or I would imagine your brothers and sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, whatever, fall into that category too. But certainly our mothers and fathers, and we don't do it because they deserve it. We do it because it's the right thing to do, and it's actually a commandment. You don't let the sun go down being angry. You never know if you're going to get that tomorrow to say I'm sorry or I love you.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. I'm just kind of going back up in through the Facebook chat and the YouTube chats here. I haven't touched a lot of pace on the comments that were being thrown from my community while the race was going on. So we're just gonna go through and we're gonna speak some messages of love and support towards the Blomstrom family here. So we're going to go ahead and hit our Facebook here first. We've got Rest in Peace Vegas, you will be missed. We've got a hashtag for Vegas Paul. My condolences from Leandro as well. What else we got here? We got doing this track in reverse. Oh, we doing this track in reverse. We got hashtag RacingForPaul up in there as well from another great content creator, and potentially someone who also was very privileged and able to meet Paul in person in real life as well, and just found out the news himself today. So appreciate that. Hashtag RacingForPaul, my guy, and sorry you had to find out the way you found out, my guy. We got Cody B up in there saying hashtag RacingForPaul B. Absolutely, 100% all the way. Love you, Paulie B, and I know you're here in spirit, says Cody B as well. LFR Design comes in saying just popping in to share the love. Going to miss you, Vegas Paul. Hashtag Vegas Paul. We have Joseph Sopick in here also saying we sure will miss him. He was a great guy and member. And Black Hole Racing Team BHR. We got hashtag Paul coming from the legend himself, Ghost Viper Gaming as well up in the Facebook chat. That's just one side of it. There's hundreds of comments in the YouTube channel sifting through here, but it's just the guy made an impact. He touched a lot of people in a lot of different ways, and those people are now trying to pay that respect back towards the family, and we really do appreciate it. So thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you to the racers, to the viewers. If you shared this out tonight, you're all stars, and thank you so much, because you are the biggest reason why we continue to grow our fundraising efforts for the Blossom family. The first goal was $3,000, and we found out on June 29th that goal was very close at the time that we found out, when the family probably found out finally kind of where things were sitting at. The goal increased to 25,000 USD, and in 7 days, the kindness of family, friends, community members, and strangers alike came together and met that goal. And not only now have we met that goal, we have surpassed that goal. We are currently sitting at $26,555 in the GoFundMe fundraising. And in all honesty, with medical expenses and burial expenses at this point, and not knowing what all the details are, that's still not enough. So let's keep going. Let's keep pushing that out. Let's try to put that to $30,000 USD. Let's make sure that the Blossom family has enough. I can't thank everybody enough. Again, friends, family, community members, and strangers alike that have come in and donated. I keep my eye on it. There's currently 129 donations that have been sent to the Blossom family from all over the world. And a lot of them have come from the sim racing community. A lot of names I recognize in there. I'm not going to call you guys out. That is entirely up to you if you want to talk about that. But thank you all so much. We appreciate all the support. And I know the family really appreciates all the support. You never cease to amaze me. I appreciate and love this community. And let's just keep pushing it. Let's just keep pushing it. Let's get it to 30. Let's take it to 30.
And beyond if necessary, y'all. Things like these, as y'all know, nothing in this world is cheap anymore. So you can only imagine the cost. And it'd be nice to give them some breathing room. You know, they've lost the breadwinner of the household. Beyond everything else they've lost. So. Let's go, y'all. Let's do this thing.
Share. That's the most important thing we can do. Sharing it every day. We just got to annoy the whole world with this for however long it takes until we get what we need, so the family can rest easy and move forward. Hopefully find some closure. And hopefully in 10, 15, 20 years down the road, that favor always gets paid forward. Good acts of kindness never go undone, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are able, whether it be $1, $10, $100, $1,000, we don't care how much it is. If you can do it, thank you so much. And if you can't, the biggest thing you can do to help is to share the GoFundMe link. I don't want you to share my page. I don't want that. I don't want anything out of this for the page. What I want is for everyone to take the GoFundMe link, share that, tell your story, tell your memory of Paul to your friends and your family, and get them to share it out and continue this trend. The moment we lose it in the public's eye is the moment we're going to lose traction. Let's keep pushing, and let's make sure that the Blossom family is okay. Okay, on a financial sense, we can't. I don't think anything can make the situation at hand okay for them right now. But
Right.
we can try to ease some of the burdens, at least, in any way that we can. And that is by choice. Me and Nolander are not forced to do this by any stretch of the imagination. This is something that we want to do, and we've chosen to do, and you know, each person has a choice to make in life, and we've chosen to do what we know he would do for us if the role was reversed.
Absolutely, that's just the thing, too. That's who he was. He would most certainly make every effort to. And I know for certain that because
We got Superman up in the
we've
house
done
here.
these things before, and he has been one of the first to go in and donate every time.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. I want to say thank you to Ten Tenths Simracing for stopping in there too. We kind of got a little sidetracked with our discussion here, and she made her way out of the booth to go back and hang out with the great racing family and behind the scenes. So we appreciate Ten Tenths Simracing's time, and we apologize for cutting that a little bit awkwardly, I suppose. But we do have RA Superman now up in the commentary booth. We'll try to stay a little more focused this time around as we're talking with Superman here. But you know, Superman is one of our community members here that has grown a very close relationship with Paul, and I know that being here tonight was not easy for him. Being on track to support him was not easy, but I don't think there would be any other place in the world that he would be at that moment here tonight. So welcome into the booth, Superman. We appreciate you. Congratulations on a hard-fought season. You went up a division from your last season AM championship to racing a pretty spicy Pro-Am division here this season. It had a really good showing. You finishing just a little off the podium this season, just a little shy, but you know, you came really focused. You came working really hard, and in my opinion, I feel like you had a really great season. So you know, that leads us into the All-Star race, and you had a really great showing out there. Race 1 looked pretty crazy, and you had a really good solid race too. So I mean, how did the championship feel for you with these very fast, spicy cars, and you know, what did today mean to you to be on track to show your support?
That, like you said, Timmy, there wouldn't be anywhere else I'd want to be in the world than to be on track to show my support for Paul and his family members and his friends and even the other community members. I got to know Paul over the course of 3 years. Through many different, between you, D, Cody B, Ghost Viper, he was an intricate part of the sim racing community and just the gaming community in general too, like even with Miller Time and even the Call of Duty streams.
yeah.
Yeah, dude. So he was really intricate part. I mean, he was always there, like showing up in the streams, talking to people in the chat, and just, and like I said, intricate part of it, man. And it's just hearing the news is, dude, it hit me like a ton of bricks, man. And there is no other place I would have rather been today than to be at the high-speed ring, on track with the boys and girl, doing the darn thing. So, yeah, my heart goes out to his family. That's so tough, bro.
Absolutely. Too young, too soon, and way too full of life of a person to be not here with us right now. That's for sure.
But as for the prototype season, like, I joined up because I knew it was going to be a challenge. It's high downforce cars are kind of out of my wheelhouse, so I took it as a challenge to kind of get me out of my element. New experiences, learn. Maybe I could take something I can learn from driving high downforce cars and apply it into the other areas that I dabble in, street cars, GT style racing. So I took it as like a learning experience. I kind of set my expectations. I'd be like, mid-pack, whatever, wherever the chips falls, where they lay. I just want to go in here and learn something, walk away. If I could walk away with something that I didn't know before, and that's a win in my book. So I really wasn't holding myself to like I'm going to go out there, set fastest laps. I'm going to burn the competition down, walk around with the trophy. I didn't come in with that mindset. It was more of like a educational experience, is the drive behind the joining the prototypes, and it was fun, man. I learned a lot from it. It's never a bad thing to get out of your element and do something different.
Absolutely, and you found yourself near the end of the season really with an opportunity to finish on an overall podium. Was that somewhere you expected yourself to be at the end of the season?
Kinda. I mean, once the first 3 or 4 races I got under my belt, I kind of got a little bit of a finger on the pulse of the field, kind of good gauge on competition. But throughout the course of the 10 races, I felt that I'd say like after Le Mans, I was kind of struggling a little bit. Then I was really hoping for Road Atlanta, and then I had to miss Road Atlanta due to some unforeseen circumstances. But all in all, I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that.
And it's tough, missing one race in the season can be very difficult too, because obviously you're at a slight disadvantage to obviously the competitors that finished or completed the whole 10 racing round season. But that was going to lead to my next question. Did you learn something? But you said you learned a whole bunch about the cars. And if another LMP1 series came down the road, is it something that you jump into again and test your mettle on again?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it doesn't matter what the car, LMP, Group 1, Group 2 is, Group C's. I mean, there's something to be learned from it, and yeah, yes, to answer your question, yes, I would be apt to do it again, without a question.
Absolutely. Well, it definitely seems like there's a few from the series that I would love to see another one come back. So, like I said, it's not off the table, but it's definitely not coming next. It's something we'll definitely continue to look at in the future. But that leads to the All-Star race, and the All-Star race is always exciting for the racers. It's giving our racers a little more desire and something extra to kind of compete for throughout the season as well. We get that all scheduled up. We get through the process of figuring out what our practice regimen is going to be, so what kind of lobby settings we're dealing with, what kind of racing setup we're going to deal with, and you guys get to practicing. You start practicing a few days ago, and then kind of all this upside downness starts happening here within the community with the Blomstrom family and Paul taking sick. Then it goes from being a all-star race to a tribute all-star race to help raise money, and then it goes to, unfortunately, a in honor or memorial race today, which is so unfortunate. And all of us, I think, we're holding so much high hope that this man who's such full of life was just going to pull through this in his own time, that I think a lot of us really got shocked to the news today. So I think that may be some of the impact that we're feeling here today. But I lost my train of thought. My brain's been like this all day today. I apologize to everybody at home listening.
No, I completely understand.
I just sometimes I lose my train of thought because I've got another thought that's interfering with it, and yeah, I do apologize. It may come back, but not. But the bottom line is that the support from the community is huge, and trying to adapt to that's where I was going with it, was with over the last 48 hours we've made 3 or 4 changes to how the race was going to go today. 2 hours before race time, we make available a special livery that could be used on track as opposed to our regular season requirements. I mean, what goes through your mind in those things? Like, are you just going with the punches at that point? What, in the name of what the purpose is? What going through your mind? Does that put you in a little bit of panic mode? Maybe changing that your strategy is going to change a little bit in the race. I mean, does any of that go through your mind, or is it just a friend is in need and you just don't even think twice about it? You're just going with the punches and making it happen.
It's most definitely a friend in need, families in need. Timmy, you could have told me, hey, all-star race, you boys got to drive through the gates of hell, go touch the devil himself and come back. And there ain't nobody on that grid that would have batted an eye at that. I can almost guarantee it. We would have done it.
I believe that. I really do. And it was stated from Estevius that the group was started to defend Dark Cobra as well. The whole group was together tonight. You guys were in communication with each other during race time as well. And did that help kind of keep the emotional strain of what's happening with around us under a reasonable amount of control to continue to provide some great racing entertainment for everybody that came out to watch today?
Yeah, it was definitely a good distraction for the brain to being in the chat with a good portion of the people on track, because we get vocal when we start racing, be like, hey, coming up on you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's good distraction from the reason why we're there is to, okay, now you're in the moment and now you got to focus on the moment rather than what the moment's for. But not to take away from what the moment was for, but in that moment you need to be concentrated on what you're doing so you could perform in the moment. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, 100% understand where you're coming from there. So, I mean, the floor is yours. I mean, you're a very long-standing member of this community, much like our friend that we're here for this evening, and many other of the members that are here, in the chat and watching at home and also on track today. I mean, anything you want to add out there? Anything you want to say to the community? I mean, the floor is yours.
I just want to give my heartfelt condolences to the Blostrom family right now. Like, I can't imagine what they're going through and the pain that they're feeling. And obviously I want to give a thanks to everybody in the community, to you, D, Ghost, everybody, man. I can't even think of everybody right now, but just the amount of support that I've seen pour out for him and his family in this time has been nothing short of amazing. And that's a lot of the main reason why I'm here speaking to y'all, is just to be a testament of how good of a dude that Paul was, man. I mean, even outside of the community and the streams, dude, like he'll send you a message, be like, yo, I saw this today and I thought of you. What do you think about this, dude? It'll be like a picture of a car or something, or it would be like a picture of the football game score. And yeah, it's just tough, man. I just want to give a big thanks to the community and just rallying for him and just being there. I mean, I'm pretty sure that means a lot to them, and that it really means a lot to me.
Absolutely, and the same goes right back to you. You're a part of that. You're a part of the movement to help trying to make the difference for the family, to try and make things a little bit easier for the family. So we appreciate your support and your undying support here in this community as well. We can't do it with each member of it, that's for sure. So every piece is a moving piece, and when those moving pieces are all working together, we have seen this community do some pretty crazy, amazing things.
Yes, sir.
SRA Superman, ladies and gentlemen. He is our defending AM champion from Roving Island World Tour 2 Championship. Got the upgrade to that Pro-Am division here this season in the LMP1 Prototype Championship, and falling just short of that podium here this season. But a great race, a great step up in his progression for his sim racing career, and a great show of love and support towards the Blossoms family. Another true OG and legend himself here, Mr. Superman. We appreciate you, my guy. We love you to death, and my door is always open as well.
Thank you, Timmy. Love you too, man. Thanks for letting me come in and say a little bit of words and show my appreciation and support to everybody.
We appreciate you coming in and taking the time and coming and saying a few words, because I know for some it's not easy to find them sometimes.
We're in it together, man. We all got to carry this burden together. I mean, we can't do it by ourselves. I mean, we put our arms around each other and we put that weight on our shoulders. Every person carrying that load makes it lighter for the person standing next to them. And
absolutely.
That's the reason why I'm here. Love you guys.
Cheers, brother. We love you too, my guy. And be safe out there, and go hold on to that family of yours behind the scenes a little extra tighter tonight, my dude.
Absolutely. Take care, y'all.
Cheers, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Blomstrom, he meant a lot to a lot of people. Superman is just one of several community members and members throughout the video gaming world, really, essentially, that he's made an impact with, and rest assured, Superman was having a very hard time just thanking you all for what you're doing on behalf of him and his family. And it's a tough time here in the community for sure. We got to stay positive, though. It's going to be hard. We got to pick each other up when we're down, and we got to remember that we all got to be strong for the Blomstrom family at the end of the day, because they're the ones that are down, and they are most certainly down the worst. So, thank you to everybody tonight. I don't know what else to say. The overwhelming support from the community is insane. It never surprises me anymore. It really doesn't. I have and hold a lot of faith that when we need you guys and gals, you are there, and again, proven it. So, just thank you to everybody. To Nolander, it's so glad to see Nolander come in, get back in the booth, and be here to stand beside us, with us, not only just during this event, but also coming up in the future with other great things that we have coming up very soon from other racing communities, and of course more great events in tribute and honor of Paul that are in the works and behind the scenes, not only from ourselves but from so many members and content creators within our own community. Again, I've been watching the GoFundMe page very steadily increase every 24 hours, and that's because of what you guys and gals are doing out there. You keep pushing it, you keep sharing it, you keep keeping it there. We have to keep doing that, because that's what's working. And I don't want recognition for this. I don't want new followers. I'm not looking for you guys to try and boost my numbers on my page. I'm looking for you guys to boost the numbers on the GoFundMe page, and that's what matters to me. I want to make sure that this family is okay, because unfortunately, if I could take the money out of my own pocket right now, write them a big fat check and give it to them, I most certainly would, and I wouldn't even think twice about it. Unfortunately, I'm not in that position, but I am in a position to use what I have as tools, and that's my page and my platform and my community, to show support and continue to try and help them raise that money. So that is my role. I am one of our voices of our community to try and continue to help and push for the Blomstrom family, and that is what I can do. That's my part that I'm able to do. So, from me, it means a lot for me to see all the support here. We haven't streamed in 10 or 14 days here at the page. We've been going through some stuff in behind the scenes in real life ourselves as well. I've also lost a member of my own family recently, so there's just a lot going on behind the scenes right now. So it really does mean a lot to me to see the overwhelming support in the last 10 days from our very own community that we so heavily rely on ourselves as content creators. It means the absolute world to me.
Absolutely. I could not agree more with everything that you just said. And it means a great deal to myself, and I know it does mean a great deal to the Blomstrom family. The community outreach has been just mind-blowing, and it's been a lot for people. But we're going to ask that you just continue in the supporting, continue in the sharing, continue in the praying for the family, continue in the keeping on with how Paul was.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and exactly, that's just it, continue to support one another, reach out to people, say, hey man, I haven't seen you in a couple of days, haven't heard from you, how are you doing, everything is okay. Little things like that make a big difference in people's lives, and Paul was incredibly good about that. And I know for myself, it's certainly going to be something that I am more attentive to moving on, because it's what's important.
Absolutely.
We all need a helping hand. We all need some lifting up when we're down, and it's times like these that really shows what can be done with a group of people working together. And so thank you very much to my community, to GT45 Gaming community, to the other communities out there that have gotten involved, and for sharing out the GoFundMe page. For all of you that have donated, we appreciate you so very, very much. We're absolutely thrilled with the type of support that has already been given, but it's not over. Like we've said a couple of times during the stream, the Blomstrom family struggles have only just begun. They got to figure out how to move on. Tomorrow we'll wake up and we'll continue on with our lives at a much easier level than what they're going to have to deal with. And waking up in a situation like that and having to face another day knowing that your loved one is not going to be there is an incredibly difficult thing to do. I've obviously, LOL, never lost a husband. But I have lost my father and I have lost my mother, and I can tell you it's not an easy thing to go through.
No,
So,
and we all deal with things in our own ways. We all handle things differently.
yes, indeed, my friend. Yes, indeed.
But most importantly, we just need to make sure we're there for each other. I need the community. The community is going to need us. I'm sure there's going to be people that are going to reach out, need to talk, just to get it out of their system so they can move forward as well. We're here for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, anybody in the community, either one, there is always somebody. First and foremost, myself and Mr. GT45 Gaming, we are always more than ready to just listen. If that's what you need, someone to talk to, whatever, please do reach out. Life can hardly be done alone. We are social creatures. There's a reason why the Lord told us to go and be fruitful and multiply. We're social creatures. We're not wild animals that go it alone, and many of them don't even either. We need each other in these times, and so for those of you that have gotten on board and the support and the sharing and the giving, and man, you certainly just cannot show my appreciation enough for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What do you think, Nolander? One final kick, one final race here tonight before we send this thing off and let Paulie be rest truly in peace here tonight. You know, he's here with us. You know that he's here watching it with us right now. I feel him here with us as he's there with his family as they go through their fight now. And I think it's time that we have one more race and let Paulie go to rest. Let him be at peace.
Yep. And I'm going to put it on the track that I distinctly remember him being one of his very favorites. We are in the mindset of believing that his favorite number was 7. And so we're going to do 7 laps around the Red Bull Ring. You're going to be joining us for this one, my friend?
I do not have my rig set up, so I'm going to have to say no on that one.
Oh,
I'm most certainly going
okay.
to stay
Well,
here while it
then-
goes on.
Okay, then we certainly expect some commentary, my good sir.
There we go. There we go. I am also suffering from a torn muscle in my leg here as well. So that's the reason why my sim rig is currently not set up and in place, because it's too tempting to want to be behind it, and I cannot afford, unfortunately, to hurt myself any further. So we've had to just kind of put it away for a little bit, get ourselves healed up, and then get back in behind it. So, unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. But you know what? We got a nice full juicy lobby here, so it'll be a good time. It'll be a good race.
Right.
What up, guys?
Trying to
Howdy,
type something
howdy.
in chat. Oh, hey, we got love in the house here. Well, if it isn't Mr. J Set, how are we doing, my man?
Has he muted himself
Yep,
all of a
yep.
sudden?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can-
Unmute yourself, man. Join us.
That's what I did.
Welcome in, my guy. Welcome in. For those of us that are not sure who Ten Tenths J Set is, he was one of our prototype championship drivers here this season and was our second place overall finisher in the pro division here this season as well. He is a fairly new sim racer and fairly new to the community. Been around us here now for about a year's time and has shown very, very leaps and bounds of improvement in his skill and knowledge and ability to adapt to any racing condition. And because of a lot of those things and having and being there for obviously all 10 racing rounds does play a large part in championship racing, definitely maximizing the available points to him in the season. Finds himself sitting only behind Lucas369, who is always a tough competitor. So a tough season out there, very fast division you're in there this season. We're in some cars that we're not used to operating with and racing against each other in. It was a lot of a really big different dynamic, but you're no stranger to coming into something you're completely unfamiliar with, having to adapt to it, learn it quickly, and go out and compete with it. And this season you did it very, very well and ended up with some very good race result with a second place overall finish. So congratulations on your overall finisher on the season. And I guess the same question goes to you as it has to all the drivers that have stopped in here tonight. When you started the season, was that what your expectation was? And did you expect to finish where you ultimately ended up at the end of the season?
Oh, no, I definitely didn't. First and foremost, I just wanted to say I'm like I said, I'm pretty new to this, so I unfortunately did not ever get to meet Paul. But my heart goes out to everybody that he's affected and he's touched in his life, and may his memory stay in all of our minds and in our hearts. So just like to apologize and tell everybody, including his family, sorry for everybody's loss.
Absolutely, and definitely appreciate the kind words and the support as well for the Blomstrom family. And coming out today in the All-Star race, and at first the racers are just coming out to have a good spirited battle against the best of the best throughout all our divisions, and then it gets turned into a lot more of a meaningful night event and set of races. Does that change the way that you adapt to how you approach the racetrack in that racing event, or do you just go with kind of the same mentality that you had before, finding out news and all the changes that have happened leading up into tonight's race?
It definitely makes you not take things for granted and appreciate the moment a lot more than necessarily you might have just being in a race prep kind of situation and fully concentrate on the race. Definitely makes you reevaluate, look at things, and not take things for granted. But yeah, it definitely changes things for sure.
And race number one, we threw a little bit of a curveball at the drivers a few days before the race. We decided to throw on a little bit of boost assistance for the race to, make things quite interesting. And from what we could tell, interesting they were. It was 20 minutes of solid door banging, tire swap, and paint swap, and hard fought room on the racetrack racing to the checkered flag, and you come out just squeaking out a race win. I mean, how intense and how much fun was that first race for you guys tonight?
That first race, that was probably I'd have to say that was probably the craziest race that I've ever been in. We weren't worried about fuel, we weren't worried about tires. It was just door-to-door racing. and being aware of people around you as much as possible. At the same time, there was not much looking behind me because of all the craziness going on in front. I hope put on a good show and had some good content for you guys, because it was crazy in the driver's seat, I can say that. And it was, I mean, as far as my race goes, it was try and survive and be in the right position at the right second on the track to try and make a move and hope and pray that it stuck. And I happened to be the lucky one that it stuck for. So it was an absolute blast. It was a lot of work. I definitely appreciated the few minutes of downtime to try and relieve the stress and get back into race mode. And yeah, but it was a blast. It was a really, really fun race.
Absolutely, and I mean, it looked fun. Very unfortunate that I was not on track being a part of the absolute sheer organized chaos, as we're going to call this here tonight in race number 1, because that's essentially what it was. It was by design that we've seen the pack stay that tight together, and we knew that if the pack stayed that tight together, it was going to create some pretty intense moments on the racetrack. But it still comes down to the drivers behind the wheels of these race cars to make it all work, and boy, did this racing group ever make it work. So then that that leads us into the break, and then we change the vibe a little bit. We slow things down, we pay our respects to an absolute legend in the community with that lap of honor, and then we buckle down for quite a bit more of a serious race. We go back to normal series championship settings. We got tire wear, we got fuel consumption, we've got 2 different tires that you drivers got to use, we got no qualifying, so you're placed based off of wherever it was that you finished in race number 1. How do you go from having absolutely insane fun to not having to worry too much about what's happening on the racetrack to going, okay, now I've got to be prim, proper, keep it all right and tight because I need to take care of my race car? How do you make that transition work?
With these cars and this track, it's just got to try and keep the mind clear, just keep as concentrated as possible, and just stay aware of your surroundings, and try and keep your nose clean. It was a tough race to do. It was all done on the fly as far as for me going. It seemed like as far as practice went, way different in a draft situation or a race situation than in just open air qualifying. I looked down at about the fuel window that I predicted and went, well, I don't know how many people are going to try it, but I know there's some people doing some multiple stop strategies. I tried to go for the one stop strategy and make it last and make it stretch. And I was out of fuel on both pit entry for my pit stop and coming to the line, so I cut it about as close as possible. And just, really honestly just tried to keep my nose clean, tried to conserve the car and conserve self as well, because those are some tough races.
Absolutely, and always designed to challenge our top finishing drivers in these sort of forms of situations, and you definitely responded very, very well. It was great racing, and those season battles that we've seen happening on the racetrack leading towards the end of our championship runs, we kind of started to see near the end of race number 2 here on High Speed Ring as well. So that was a lot of fun too, to see some of those divisional rivalries kind of just right back, right where they left off at the end of the season and right into the All-Star race. So overall, I think that there was a lot of great racing throughout the whole pack, no matter where it was our drivers were today. And I would just like to say thank you to you and all the other drivers. You jumped into the tribute livery here and really put on a great event for an amazing human being and even more so great family.
Oh yeah, and I mean, thank you guys for doing everything that you do, all the way from our races to fundraiser, all the events. You know what I mean? You guys are awesome, and like I said, I'm sorry for everybody's loss. I really wish I could have been. I did hear what you had said about me earlier when you were talking to Misty, and that really kind of had touched me. So, just try and always keep it lighthearted. Try not to stress about too much stuff, and I try. So I appreciate you guys and all you do too. So thank you.
Absolutely. We appreciate you too, and new member to the community. Like I said, been around here for about a year here within our little humble corner of the internet pie here, and we definitely love seeing you come out on track, and we just continue to see that improvement race by race, and this championship's officially over now with this race being done. We'll have some fun stuff coming up for the community to come and show support for the Blosser family, also come and just have some fun on track with each other. And we have more championships coming here this year as well, so we'll have one that is intended to be dropped somewhere around early fall from GT45 Gaming. So that means another championship coming here towards winter season. What is your overall goal for your next couple championship seasons here as you continue to progress your sim racing career here on GT7?
Well, I know driving the LMP1s is definitely a handful. It's a very, very different car from other championships that I've ran in the past, and I absolutely love the high downforce stuff. Jumping back into a Group 3 car, relearning how to drive those again. They definitely drive a little different, and see what the future holds.
Absolutely, that's a racer that's just going to take it race by race and day by day right there. You see how he dodged that question. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, that's what a good interviewee can do. But nonetheless, it's good to set small goals for yourself. In all honesty, I know at 10 Tenths we talk to our drivers a lot about setting goals. Goals are important to continue to know that you're making forward progression. So my advice to everybody else watching there as well, and this is the same advice that we do give to our 10 Tenths racers here, is set small goals. Small goals are a lot easier to accomplish. They're going to give you a small boost in your confidence, and that small boost in the confidence ultimately will help you continue to find more and continue to learn and improve on your skill and craft as a racer. So set small goals for yourself, and when you accomplish those goals, reward yourself, be proud of yourself, take that confidence and own it, and then set another small goal. Setting very large goals that are a small percentage to reach in a reasonable amount of time tend to take you down a little bit. They make you start to stress because you're not on track, or you're worried you may not make that goal. So by setting yourself smaller little goals to accomplish throughout, whether it be a racing championship or just as you're getting prepared for a racing championship, or maybe just generally as you're just practicing and trying to get better, setting smaller goals will actually help you in the long run in a shorter amount of time because they're easily achievable, and you continue to build on that self-confidence to a point where you're ready to take on any challenge and just keep working it till you figure it out. And that's what we see in JSET. So on behalf of 10 Tenths Simracing, we're very proud to see how quickly you've come along and how much you continue to show understanding and improvement, and the sky's the limit for you, my man, and I really can't wait to see where sim racing takes you in the future.
It's gonna be a fun ride. We'll see where it goes.
Absolutely, that's right. Nolander, anything you wanna toss in there?
Yeah, man, just wanna concur with exactly what you had said. It's incredible. We've said it a few times throughout the broadcast today, to be able to see new racers come in, joining up with the team, and laying it all out there, putting in the practice, putting in the work, and just improving greatly, man. And your improvements are just phenomenal. Keep putting in that work, and congrats on a great season, man. Every time we're on track together, it's like, wow. That like I can't pass him now, you know. And it's fantastic. I never think twice about a guy such as, we'll say, TDC, Rad the Damn Cat, my teammate. When I first started racing with him, he was already pretty quick. You know, he wasn't slow, but above all, he was very clean. He was very respectful on the track, and that's why he's part of Team Rad. And now, him and I, we went and practiced for, let's see, I believe it was Nürburgring GP that had the rain for the LMP1, and for 10 minutes straight, we went back and forth and back and forth. I was leading, right? I was leading. I'd snag a purple lap. He would come in just not seconds behind me, snag that purple lap back. I'd go grab the purple lap. He'd come in right behind me, snag it back. And we did that over and over and over for 10 minutes straight. Like, just, I'd get a purple lap, he'd snag it back. Just over and over and over again. And it's just, it's phenomenal to see the growth in the people who are putting in the work. Those of you who are sitting on the sidelines, if and you are considering joining a team, considering joining a league, I highly, highly recommend it. You will get loads of people that want to help you and want to see you succeed. It is the greatest and the strength behind the racing community. It really is much like a family. And so I would encourage anybody who's just sitting there and trying, you know, they're on the fence. Do I want to join? Do I not want to join? Well, what if I wreck people? Well, everybody wrecks people. Professionals wreck people.
Ain't that the truth?
So long as we know that it was not done deliberately, you're good to go.
And
You know,
it's all a part of
learning
learning.
experience for all of us. We're all still learning. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
definitely.
yeah. Congrats again on a great season, man. You absolutely were just sending it out there, and great races tonight too, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, they're not where I was expecting to be, quite honestly, but you know, I'll definitely take them. And yeah, to touch on what you were saying, I want to touch on that too. I mean, everybody that sees, you know, all the different teams and all the competitiveness and stuff like that. You know, we were all in a big giant chat and stuff like that during the races, and yeah, there's lots of different teams and there's, you know, rivalries and whatnot, but we're all just a big giant family too. You know what I mean? Even with rivalries aside and the different teams and the, you know, and the whole community is just one big giant family. And you know, I really appreciate everybody
Absolutely.
that's involved.
For sure, they're fun rivalries.
Yeah.
Rivalries too.
Aren't they?
They make each other better.
Exactly.
You know?
Riley,
Yeah.
my man. Hello, mate. How are you
Yes,
today?
sir. I concur.
We got old racetrack back
Go ahead,
again.
Timmy. What were you saying, buddy?
I'm just reading a comment from one of our viewers from Australia here. Hope you're doing well, Riley. Hope you're doing fantastic, my guy. Yeah, no, we definitely appreciate the kind words, Jay, and you know, it's been a lot of fun watching you race here this season.
very
And I apologize to the stream if my stream is crashing right now. My computer is giving me super hot warnings right now, so we're gonna have to shut the stream down here for sure before the poor thing melts on me. But I do apologize to the viewers if the audio was cutting in and out a little bit. We were definitely having a moment there, but you know, congratulations to JSET on a really strong pro showing in a very fast field of drivers. This was probably the fastest pro division we've had at GT45 Gaming over. This would be our 5th championship season we've ran here now out of the server, and the first one coming from us. So the drivers continue to get more competitive. They continue to learn and pick up more as each season goes on, and our fields are getting very, very spicy here now. And when our top divisions are getting this competitive, it puts a lot of pressures on, you know, the drivers like JSET, Misdevious, and every other pro driver included this season to try and find another level of performance moving into the next season. So the family aspect, the brotherhood, the sisterhood, whatever you want to call it, really does relate at the end of the day to a whole racing community, just helping each other become better as a whole. And that really does some very tight good championship racing as leagues progress. So we're seeing that. We're seeing our drivers learn and get faster each season, and I do suspect that.
Yeah. Hopefully his
Yeah, my stuff's
laptop
broken.
has not crashed on him, y'all.
Hopefully not.
He has been having overheating warnings for some time now. And so he's just pushing on through and hoping that it will
Settle down.
make it through it. Generally, he's already back by now. So I will continue in what he was saying. In the meantime, you know, the support from the community has been fantastic tonight. We want to thank each and every one of y'all for coming in. Thanks, Jayset, for coming in and chatting with us, man. Absolutely
Definitely.
appreciated.
Definitely,
Wonderful to have you
definitely.
in. Yeah.
You guys. Thank you guys.
Hey, certainly, man. You're absolutely welcome. It's certainly for the racers and the racing community why we do what we do. I mean, obviously we have goals in mind for ourselves, but our heart is really in the community, and we love to help people. We love to reach out and lift people up when they're down in the dumps, and sim racing has just become a really good way to form bonds and friendships along the way, and to share our struggles and our trials with, and to just have somebody to chat it up with, somebody to call you and tell you to jog on. You smell, jog on. You know what I mean? Just to get a giggle out of a guy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. All right.
Hey,
There it is. Yeah,
There
we,
it is.
we are definitely having some computer overheating issues, but we're back for a moment. We'll see how long it lasts. But yeah, no, very well said, Dolander. And to the stream, I apologize if you lost me there. I'm not sure how long you lost me for, but we definitely knew that there was something going on. So I appreciate JSET. Great performance this season. Definitely everything Dolander said, and
Thank you.
we'll let you get back to that great family of yours behind the scenes and let you go hang out with that great community as well, while we send this thing off and let Paul have his piece here tonight.
Yeah, man.
Thank you guys very much for everything you guys do, and I do appreciate it. And until next time.
Until the next time.
Yes, sir.
Have a good night.
Cheers,
Have a
Jay.
blessed night yourself, buddy.
Ten Tenths JSET, everybody, our number 2 finisher overall in the Pro Division from the GT45 Prototype Championship season this season. And it was nice to see him come in right at the end there and say a few words. So we really appreciate that. Thanks for Nolander for stepping in and taking the helm on that there as we were trying to sort that technical issue out. Nolander knows my computer almost better than I do at this point because we talked quite a bit, and he was exactly on point with what was going on. The computer has been giving me warnings for quite some time, and it finally decided that it was not going to allow me to transfer my audio anymore. So so be it. But I want to say thank you to the racers and the viewers tonight, to everyone who's donated tonight. Donations have increased as the stream has gone on. Now, whether or not it's related is irrelevant to whoever it was out there donating during our broadcast tonight, whether it's related to the broadcast or outside the broadcast. Thank you so much for your financial support to the Blomstrom family. Every penny is one penny closer to them not having to worry about one very important thing in a very tough time in their life. To our communities, thank you for the continued support and the sharing. We all know that this is what we're pushing within the Discord communities and our servers and our own communities behind the scenes. The important thing here is that share and every day. So please continue with that. Please continue to take 5 minutes out of your day for us and continue to do that. And that is all I'm really asking for out of the community, because times are tough right now. Not everyone is able to do support on a financial level, and we fully understand that. And if you can't, we do not want you to feel bad for it, and we also do not want you to put yourself out to try and help the Blomstrom family in need, because by sharing this every day, you're doing just as much to help than sending those few dollars that you were going to send to them. So please do not put yourself out and into a situation that's going to get yourself into trouble. Keep sharing it out. You're still doing your part, and that is a very important part of what we're doing here right now. So thank you for all that. Thank you to the racers, and most importantly, thank you to Nolander Gaming for being here with me tonight.
Hey, absolutely, my friend. Definitely no place I would have rather been tonight as well. Just gonna share one last thing as we shut down the stream here. I've just run into a Facebook post that was made with Polly B. This comes from Orlando Gonzalez, and I'm not sure of his streaming name, but he is a streamer.
That
It
will
says,
be
"Paul is a
Ghost
huge supporter."
Ghost 413 for those of us in the community. That is Ghost 413.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for that bit of information. So it says Paul was a huge supporter of the Facebook Gran Turismo racing community, one of my OG followers, and more importantly, a good friend. I could log in at 1 a.m. after months of not streaming, and Paul would still jump in the comments, say hi, tell jokes, offer words of encouragement, or just talk Honda stuff. We were able to meet when I worked in Las Vegas GP, and it felt no different than meeting up with a friend from high school. I look forward to grabbing beers again next time I was in town. Rest in peace, and thank you for all of the Gran Turismo Facebook sim racing community. We really appreciate your support and friendship. My condolences to his loved ones. He was a stand-up guy. Life is short. Appreciate your loved ones, and don't be scared to bet on yourself. I'll be sharing his GoFundMe link in my stories for anyone that would like to support his family during this rough time. Thank you, Orlando. That's very, very kind of you. Good words, man.
Absolutely, and Orlando reached out to me just not half an hour before we went live here today, just finding out the news himself again through the social posting and everything that the community has been doing, and it was another very heartbroken, shocked member of the community. So his words are very kind, and they're very genuine, and they're very heartfelt. I know Ghost 413 very well. We ourselves have had many off-stream communications and conversations. We have fundraised together as well, and we have had a lot of great moments while he is doing his thing on his live stream as well. So it just goes again to show how deep of an impact that Paul made in this community. And it goes 413 is a sim racer, but a large part of his content is nightmare style games, zombie style games. They're very rated 18 plus, very hardcore games. And Paul was even there before I was half the time to go say hello to Orlando. So his words are honest and genuine, and they mean a lot to myself, and I know that they mean the world to the Blomstrom family.
Yeah, man, it's great to see the community stepping out and just doing what y'all do best. You know, it's been an amazing night tonight. Thank you, everybody. Thank you everybody behind the scenes that works on your leagues that you put on for this, the behind the scenes work for this race tonight for the All-Star prototype. We definitely look forward to more of those, and thank you to all those for the support tonight. We really appreciate you guys. Again, share.
Yeah, I mean that's the word. That's the motive. That's the goal. Share. You hear us say it all the time in the chat. Sharing is caring. Right now, those words have never been ever so more important. Sharing is caring because we care about the Blomstrom family, and it is one of the most important tools we have at our disposal for the fundraising effort is to continue sharing the GoFundMe links out everywhere we can. So that is the one and most important reason why it is finding success, because social media is a very powerful tool, and this great community is using it for a very good purpose and in the very right ways. So keep doing what you're doing out there. We're going to keep everybody updated as we learn things as well. If we know something new, you guys and gals are going to know it as well. Nothing is being kept, nothing is being untold here. The family has been very transparent with us for the small amount of information that we've been able to get with them in these very trying times, and they really, truly, genuinely do appreciate every single one of you guys, gals out there, and your support. Whether you're a friend, family, or a stranger, it's irrelevant because you all are creating a greater good for a family in need. All right, Nolander. I mean, we made it, buddy. It was a great night. It was a great night, and I got a lot going through my mind right now. Paul is most certainly on the forefront of all of it. His family is on the forefront of my thought process right now. We're definitely sending our prayers before we go to rest tonight to the Blomstrom family. And coming from me, that says a lot because I am not necessarily a believer. I believe in hope, and I think hope is very important. So for me to stop and take the time to make sure I send my prayers to the family just goes to show how much this family means to me as well. So just keep showing that support, keep sending those prayers. They feel them, and let's give this family some space, some time to take care of what they need to take care of, be with each other, and heal. And let's just keep showing that support through our social postings, through our pages, through our posts, through our shares, and let's just make sure they know we're supporting them. But let's try not to directly burden the family right now with, let's not blow their message boxes up. Let's try not to blow Paul's Facebook up too much, guys and gals right now if they're watching. I know we all have a voice, and I know we all just want to say our love, but let's try not to directly burden the family for the next few days. Let's give them their space. Let's give them their peace. And let's let them mourn and heal together. And we will do the same thing on our side of things and keep working with each other and helping each other. And when the family is ready, I'm sure the family will come and reach out, and we'll take care of whatever it is that they would like to say or do, or whatever the case may be. But let's give them their time. And we all know, especially for those of us that have lost loved ones, pardon me, that time is definitely something that everybody needs just to get our heads back collected together, get that emotional strain through our system, and just kind of get that first initial shell shock part of what's happening and move forward. That's what the family needs right now. So let's just keep showing that support, keep sharing the link out, and let's try not to directly overburden the family with messages and a bunch of things. Let's give them their space. Let's let them do what they need to do to heal. And let's just keep showing the love through our social posting and through our communities that we continue to do. They feel it, they know it, and we appreciate you all for it. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I mean, I don't have much more to say. We're gonna kick you off with a song here shortly. You have anything to add, Nolander?
No, pretty well said, my guy. God bless y'all. I love y'all. Be safe out there. Again, like I said, don't let the sunshine go down and go to bed being angry with a loved one. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You do not know whether or not you have tomorrow, or they do.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the GT45 All-Star event here, Racing for Paul tonight. Great open lobbies afterwards, hosted by Nolander here. Just great response from our community as always, and thank you to the viewers watching at home. I love you all, and I am also going to take a couple days after we shut down here tonight to just take some time, collect my own head, and figure out what the next step moving forward for the Blomstrom family from us is as well. So my door is still open during this time. We will not have any live streams up for a couple of nights. We're just going to take our time so we can get ourselves collectively back together and here for our community to stay strong and figure out what again is the next step. So appreciate you, Nolander, and man, thanks for being here with us tonight for this, and I can't wait to see you back at the booth for the next one.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks for having me. Much appreciated. Until next time, my friend.
Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, Nolander Gaming.
Take care, y'all. Appreciate you, my friend.
Cheers, brother.
Bye now.
All right, ladies, gentlemen. It's just me and you, and the stream, and all our viewers, and that amazing family staring us in the face. Paul, I love you, my brother. I'm gonna miss you in my streams. I'm gonna miss those bad jokes. I'm gonna miss hating that you made me smile when I didn't want to smile, but you were so good at it. I'm gonna miss all of it, brother. You're a friend. You meant a lot to me. Meant a lot to my community. And I hope that you find solace as you watch over all of us as an angel in heaven. And we'll do everything we can to try and help and protect those amazing loved ones on the screen in front of you. I love you, my brother. Stay fast. Stay clean. Stay smiling. And I'll see you on the other side another day. Thank you, everyone.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable.